Hello, hello. Oh, hi. Oh, look at my hair. Yeah. Boop. Do. Dude, it got so much colder now. So December's supposed to be the coldest month, but I swear it's January. Oh. So yeah, I'm going to be finishing Final Fantasy. So this game's only supposed to take about 11 hours, and I'm like 9 hours in. Perfect timing. Video over. What was I listening to? Oh yeah. Do, do. Updates available. Gonna start the game. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I think I got 2 of the crystals so far out of 4. And this game isn't that long. Also, I'm sure what helps the most in the remake is you have a map. Because I can tell just by the layout of the dungeons that you clearly did not have a map before. It makes it so much easier. Otherwise you wander around aimlessly. Or what was it? Those were like back in the day where you have to memorize the map so you know where you're going. Otherwise, yeah, you just get lost. Yeah. No. Yeah. I started working out again, so my hair's all wet. That's the thing, I'm like, do I need to wash my hair every time I work out? I don't know, but it gets all sweaty. And if I do finish this early, I might start a different game. Celeste, maybe? Not Celeste. Overpit. Whatever I haven't finished yet. There's a few games that I started that I haven't finished. Were they? And then I also have a bunch of retro games that I'm probably going to start. Oh no. Yeah, because Volcano Princess, Ball Pit, Overpit. One of those games. I gotta turn the controller on. What was it? If I end up turning the controller on before I start the stream, then the controller ends up turning off. After about 10 minutes, it'll idle. It'll shut off. Why so cold? Did I select the game? This game was brought to you by Square Enix. Hello, welcome back to my playthrough of Final Fantasy. I've collected 2 of the crystals so far out of 4. And I'm about to go into... I have 2 options. I can either go underwater or I can go into the desert. Which I believe I'm standing... Yep, I'm standing in front of the desert. So I'll be doing that. Start playing using this data. Oh yeah. Do. And yeah, one thing that makes this game a lot faster is being able to pause encounters, burn, and having a map. Like, you have no idea how much of a difference that makes. These guys are hard to beat. Probably shouldn't waste that. Whatever. Yeah, one. I guess I can go in here. Well, I guess I'm going underwater. Run away. Tyrannosaurus Rex. And one good item that I got for her was this healing staff. Oh, I sold her other staff. Oops. Healing staff it is. It lets her do a small heal every round, which is pretty useful. Where am I going? Here. Let's see. Any items? Pretty sure I talked to everyone here. And I think I have the spells. I sure don't. Restores a lot of HP to the entire party. So I need that. And then I need a saber, maybe? Yeah! Burger. I had pizza for breakfast. That was delicious. Blinds one enemies with darkness. Attack and accuracy. I don't know if I need that. Here's some status effects. So yeah, I'm gonna go underwater right now because I need to get an item that lets me. One, I got the item that let me breathe underwater, but then I need an item that lets me talk to certain people to get into a desert area castle or something? Not a castle. What would it be? Tower? I tried to enter it earlier. I couldn't get in. I thought it'd just be open. Saying I can go underwater. You have Oxale. Bum bum bum. You are the ones we've been waiting for. That's good. Please save the mermaids. Maybe. Oh, she is a mermaid. I just noticed that. She has no legs. Do you want to get in the barrel? Oh yeah. Let's see. Are there? That would be funny if there were underwater bats. I don't remember what you fight underwater. Oh, nothing, because it takes you straight to a place. I thought you get to. I thought you get to explore, but I guess this makes sense. Okay. I wonder if now we are in the tower, maybe? We entered underwater. Where can I go? Uh, 2,000. It looks like you could enter into there, but there's nothing there. That room looks empty. There's a chest there. Those rooms are empty. I can go down or I can go up. That's not good. I should just blow him up. Oh, I didn't. No. Dang, fighting that one shark alone was more experience than fighting all those other guys. There's nothing in here. What if I just turn encounters off? Money. Okay, so we start off on the 3rd floor, now we're on the 4th floor. I'm not sure if I should go up or down. I guess seeing as we're underwater, I'll go up first. Hey, one strength, intelligence, luck. Stairs down there. I'll go up first. Also, I should just be having her heal. I'll do that now. Diamond armor. Ooh. Can you wear it? Nope. Armor craft from diamond that guards against lightning. I'm guessing the boss is gonna use lightning, maybe. Guards against fire. Guard against ice. Yeah, we'll see. Nice. Nope. There's nothing else in here. Okay, so the bottom 3 rooms have chests. Yes. The only problem with having her heal is she attacks last. This means sometimes she won't heal. She'll definitely heal here though. Run away. Oh yeah. Light axe. Did I give him the better weapon? 30 attack. 26. An axe that is effective against the undead. Cast Diara when used. Pretty good. Gives me 2 more damage. Yeah. I'd rather do. Should I do fire damage? I'll stick with the flame sword for now. Actually, I'm doing fire. Let's try it. I'm gonna switch back to the flame sword. Mage's staff. Cast fire when used. Cast confuse when used. Okay, let's see. That's pretty good. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's really useful. Stamina 1. I think that's everything in here. Dang, imagine not having a map for this. The rooms aren't empty. My prayers have been answered. I guess I technically don't have to talk to her. Maybe. I don't know. Wait a minute. Where did I go? Maybe there's an item up here and then I take it down? Maybe. I like the song for this area. Money's diamond armlet. I gotta keep my healer alive. Go. Hello. If the light of the sea is lost, we'll turn into sea foam and vanish forever. It's not good. One of our friends went to see the world above and hasn't returned. I wonder what she's doing now. I do hope she's alright. I wonder if she's that girl that's like, hey, I got legs. She's a little mermaid. You can breathe underwater? How? Magic. Let's see. Hey, loops around. Secret. Diamond gloves, diamond helmet. Yeah, Rosetta Stone. Best viewers. Diamond gloves, diamond helmet. Nice. Okay. Gloves of Cast Thundara. Those are cool, but honestly, I do more damage just by attacking. So now that I got Rosetta Stone, a tablet inscribed with ancient writing. It'll let me talk to the Lemurians. Essentially, there wasn't a boss. Monies. Are those the crystals the legends speak of? Just who are you? Great question. If the light of the sea is not restored, we will vanish as foam on the waves. This is the uppermost level of the shrine. The Kraken, the Fiend of Water, nests on this lower level. Oh, okay. Glad I went up first. While the Fiend of Water lives, the light of the sea grows even darker. This is ever. Oh. Hello. The Mirage Tower stands in the desert to the east of the continent, right? Well, I saw someone go into the tower. I heard the most loving chiming sound. So I need an instrument. I'm sure the Lumerians will have it. Diamond shield. Guards against lightning. Okay. Save the sea, restore light to the water crystal. Okay. Wait, were there just not any enemies in this area? I guess not. I think they just live here. This is their city. That's you. Dang. So it shows that there's areas there, but I think that's just a map flaw. Do do do. One strength, agility, intellect, and luck. What is this? A water naga. Agility, intelligence, whatever the last one is. Okay, so I haven't been down here. That takes me back up? Oh, geez. Is that just a dead end? I know, turn encounters off. Hooah! Oh, there's no way to cross. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, so I was looking at the bestiary yesterday, and it showed that I was missing one enemy that I didn't fight. So I wonder where that enemy was. Well, because certain enemies have low spawn times. It could have been one of the bats. It could have been that talking bat. Not the vampire, but just the regular talking bat. You never know. What's the bat? The Batman. Oh, that's true. I thought he wanted to be a bat, though. That's why he dressed up like a bat. No. I want to be like Batman, so I'm going to dress up like a bat. Not Batman, I'm going to dress up like just like a bat. Well, because what's crazy is some bats are massive. Because like the bats that like I saw growing up were always small, but bats get pretty big. Strength, stamina, intellect, luck. It's a more bat. It's a man bat pig. Man bear pig? It's like the man bear pig. Money's. Ow. Burn. What'd that do? They're on my list. The Arkham games, I have all of them. I just haven't gone to them yet. But eventually I'll be playing them. Dun 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 dun. Oh, also Tomb Raider, I might play all three of them. Because I have all three. This whole time. Let's see. Okay, now I crossed, now I can go down here. Yeah. Yeah, I love Batman. Coincidence? Here's my Batmobile. I've had this thing for like 30 years. Do, do. Yeah. But yeah, what was it? I rewatched the Dark Knight Returns. Man, that movie's fantastic. I was like watching that movie. Monsters. But it's good to know that the story is good. That's the thing. I'm like, it must be pretty good if they made 3 of them. Well, I know they made a 4th one. What was it? Arkham, some soldiers or something. I forget. But it has like Robin and Batgirl. But I heard that wasn't. It's not very good. Well. Hey, still alive. There we go. Arkham Knights, that's what it was. Yeah, I don't know if it's a bad game or if just compared to Batman, it's just not as good. Monsters. More monsters. Oh yeah, and so there's I don't know if you've heard of Mystical Ninja, but I recently found out that over COVID, someone translated the other 3 games, and they were for the N64 or for the SNES, and so I might go back and play those. Cast saver when used. Instant death. Pandara, Saber. Yeah, we'll see. But... yeah. Monsters. Yeah. Why does he always get poisoned? One strength. So I have 2 light axes? Yep. Okay. Yeah, so out of all the Final Fantasy games, my favorite Final Fantasy game is Crystal Chronicles, which I have it on the Switch. I have it on the GameCube and I have it on the Switch. So I eventually want to play that. So many games. And it's funny because I don't think they have. I checked recently and it wasn't on there, but it was on Android for free. Which I was like, why did I pay $40 for this game when it's free on mobile? But then it got taken off mobile. I'm not sure why. Hello. No. What I did like is it's 4 players. And then if you had, and I had it, if you had the Game Boy Advance, you could plug the Game Boy Advance in and it would show you additional features. Like it would give you like a map and it'd show you where there were secret items. Where if you didn't have the map, you wouldn't be able to find it. Because you wouldn't know where to click, because you would have to have the map. There you go. Which I just always thought that was cool to have. Let's see. Going down. So we gotta go down. Yeah, but I would go to a friend's house and then we would play it together. Except it was only 2 of us, and so there were certain things you had to do to get the best loot. If you had all 4 players, it gave you access to the best items or something like that. I forgot. Oh no, it was like it wasn't items. You would get building materials or something like that. And then the only way you can get certain materials is if you had a full squad. Or items were more likely to drop or something like that. I forgot. Let's see. I'll go down. Or there's a lot of games that were like multiplayer or 2-player. It'd be nice just to be able to, if they brought those games back and just made it where you could play it online with other people. Well, that's one thing I like about RetroArch. Games that are 2 players, you're able to host servers and then join other people's games, which is really cool. Couch co-op. That's one thing I always loved about gaming as a kid. Having 2 controllers and being able to play with someone. Like playing Mario Kart with a friend, man, Good old days. You can do that now. Oh, okay. A whole lot of nothing. Also nothing. More nothing. Hmm. Oh, okay, there we go. Man, it's so convenient being able to heal every single round. Because I would have been spending so much time healing. Even though it's a small heal, it's healing everybody. Oh, why'd it go in there? I had to know. Oop. Any mermaids? Nope. Okay. One strength agility until luck. Hey, attack first. No. Save. Humans do impress. I would not have thought to see you here. Well, I'm here. Do you really think you can defeat the Fiend of Water here in my own domain? Fools, these dark depths shall be your tomb. We'll see. Oh, do I still have the fire sword? Yeah, we'll see. Okay, let's see. Is it gonna use spells? Reduce damage from spells by half. I'll just hit him really hard. Stops time and paralyzes all enemies. Can I paralyze him? We'll see. Ow. Oh, I was supposed to use haste. Nice. Good work. Stop casting spells. Dang it. Whatever. Yeah. Easy. I'm sure it's also easy because I'm not, I didn't necessarily like power level, but I did take time leveling. Or I'm sure if you just tried to rush, if you know exactly where to go and you rush through the game, you'd be much lower level. This is the altar of water, for which the power of water flows. That's good. Let's get out of here. Dang, you get so much money in those dungeons. Blinds one enemy with darkness. I guess. I shouldn't waste all my money. Just this. Wait, where are these other spells? Okay, so I have the Rosetta Stone, so now I can go and talk to the Lumerians. Whoa. One intellect. Okay, so they're there, and where can I land? Was there? Nope. Maybe the enemy wasn't here. Yeah, that's not good. I still can't talk to them. A tablet inscribed with ancient writing. Whoops. There's only one solution. Buy the most powerful spell in the game. So let's revive people with full health, blast all enemies with light and heat. Problem solved. Okay, so... Oh, no. I have no idea where to go. Skirt. Well... So I have the Rosetta Stone. Don't know what to do with it. Maybe it'll let me go here now? Whoa! Dang. Earthquake's just an insta-kill. Revives one with full health. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, that did a bunch of damage. Where am I going? Maybe I need to talk to one in the town. For that. You found the Rosetta Stone. Here's the next item that you need, or blah 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 blah. Hello. So petrify one enemy. I have over here. Okay, makes sense. Negates one enemy's magical defenses. This would probably have been better than this. I thought this was for cast on everyone, but it's not. Warp. And banishes enemies to another dimension. I'm wondering, what's the difference between warp and kill? Special water, bottom spring. I have that. Two light axes. Gauntlets. Wizard staff. I don't need that. I don't need these weapons, but I also don't want to get rid of them. No. This is cool because it gives him more damage. But then he can't cast fire every round. At the very least I have it. I want to use it. Two items I don't know what to do with. I have a warp cube and the Rosetta Stone. Multi-hued substance. And then if I can find adamantite, I think I can get a special weapon made. Scholar studying the Lufarian language, can't seem to recall his name. Okay, there's one hint. So I have to find a scholar. Where do scholars go? Has the oxen helped you? It'll never run out of air. Is it him? Sky people could soar through the sky and build castles above the clouds. So I'm trying to go. All that guy had was an item. I think that was just a dungeon. Wait, wasn't someone in there? Let me see. Turn off encounters. Do. Oop. I got a tent. I'm just gonna run through. There's a bat. Yeah. He broke. I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing. Okay, so these are all the dragons. I doubt there's anything in that castle. Desert. Was the guy here? He's not here, is he? I'm Lucan. 12 sages. 4 forces. Fiend of wind, fiend of water. So I still need wind. $400 ago was wind. 200 years ago was water. Then came earth and fire. The wind is the strongest because it came earlier. It's been around longer. Tell me where to go. What's interesting is it tells me to talk to one lady for help, but she doesn't really help me. She's asked me if I want to dance, which is fine, but if you could tell me where to go, that'd be even better. Also, yeah, how are you supposed to figure out that this is where you get the airship? I just came here because it looked like there's something here. And then you get there, and then you get the airship. Maybe you can help me? Is it you? By the power of the Levi Stone, a great sail rises into the sky and the sand sea below the crescent. Oh, so that's supposed to be the hint. By the power of the Levi Stone, a great sail rises into the sky from the sand sea below the crescent. Oh, that helps too. Sail the skies, it's buried somewhere. Okay, maybe there were a few hints. Maybe. This is the best part. Here lies Link. No. Wait, did I talk to everyone? I think I did. Or maybe not. Also, do I have all the spells? I don't have all the level 4 spells. Level 8. Is level 4? Let's see. Pure silence drives all enemies away in terror. There we go. In the dark abyss above the crescent, to the north beyond the smoldering mountain, the Levi Stone sleeps. Something awaits you there. Wait, he can learn spells? Causes enemies to turn on each other. Oh, you can learn levels 1 through 4. And you can learn 1 through 3. That's cool. Wait, can you learn magic? White magic? Oh no, just dark magic. Oh, he can learn white magic. So you can learn level 3 spells. You can learn level 4 spells. Interesting. I can't remember where to go. Nothing in there. Are there enemies here? Maybe I was supposed to talk to one of the mermaids? Was here? See, there's the witch. Maybe the troll. Not the trolls, the dwarves. Uh, ch- 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 Adamantite. Someone down here. Maybe I'm supposed to talk to one of the mermaids. Wasn't here. Oh yeah. Hey, tell me where to go. What? Okay. Nah, there's nothing to be here. Hello. Oh yeah, spells. Any spells? Blinds all enemies with darkness. Yep. Raise one's evasion. Here's darkness. Now do winner. I have to get the spells. I think I'm getting them, but I don't really need them. Raise one ally's defense. Fire, thunder, sleep. Oh yeah. Well, because those are all the spells he can learn. These are all the ones he can learn. There's no level 3 spell that he can learn, so I'm not sure what I'm supposed to give him. Because I went to the level 3 town and there was nothing for him. Yeah, because the next town was this place that I went to. Ugh. Okay, so I'm guessing I need to talk to one of the mermaids. Because I have the Rosetta Stone, but I can't talk to any of these people. Well, let me check this town first. This is where the ferry was. The castle was where I tested my courage. Shining light, fly off to the west. Special water. Mirage Tower. Sky people. Where are the sky people? Scholar studying the Lufarian language. I'm pretty sure that's who I need to talk to. And there's the ferry, and that's it. Well, there's nothing over here. Yeah, because I have a warp crystal and I don't know what to do with that. And then I have the Rosetta Stone. So let's go here. Oh, I'm gonna save. No, he's not gonna be in here. Shining thing falling out of the sky. What does the item say? A tablet inscribed with ancient writing. My father's with the caravan right now. They're over in the desert to the west. Oh, it's not that guy, is it? Amazing humans have been honored by the Dragon King. Yeah. Oh, I found him. You have the Rosetta Stone. You must take it to my brother Un immediately. Okay, that doesn't help. I know, I'm gonna rent a room. One of my favorite things in Super Mario RPG is you can rent a room in this one town, in Rose Town, and it was really cool because there were 3 different rooms you could get, and one was like a really crappy room, and then you get like a decent room, and then you get the suite, and it was always fun doing that. I don't know why I love doing that. Well, because I always liked hanging out in games, and that game was just fun to go to because it was like a small sea town off in the corner of like the world. Coincidence? I ended up moving to a small sea town in the corner of the world. Can you? I'm down. But first I gotta find Un. You must take it to my brother Un immediately. Are you gonna help me? The mystic power of the water has been revived. Now our kingdom will once again flourish. That's good. I don't even notice the difference. Did the water change color? Okay, so I have to find his brother Un. That name sounds familiar, maybe? He's not in the caravan, is he? It'd be really nice if he was like, hey, by the way, my brother is here at this location. All he gives me is a name. Maybe he's with the caravan? Maybe. Are you Un? Nope. Where am I supposed to go? So I gotta find Un. Or maybe if I had to talk to that guy first before anything, maybe. All that's here is dragons. No. This wasn't Un, was it? Nah, they look the same though. Name's Un. Where the heck is he? What if he was at the town? I just keep missing him. Oh, I doubt that. Oops. So if I were Un, where would I have moved to? Not Vegas. Crazy. Let's see. If I can't figure it out in 10 minutes, then I'll just look up where he is. It's not over here, is he? I'm gonna talk to the mermaids. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much the only thing I didn't do was talk to the mermaids. Well, somewhere near the waterfall to the north. And yeah, that robot, it fell out of the sky. That's in the waterfall cave. Where am I going? Going on up. Our prayers have been answered. If the light of the sea is lost, we will return to sea foam. Same stuff. Pretty sure I talked to everyone. Don't remember if there's anyone over here. No. Okay. No, someone else. Gotta go up. No, what's up? Is it over here? Oh. It was this way. Dang it. Okay, where haven't I gone? Here. I don't remember ever seeing a human here, so... Tell me where to go. Oh, okay. Okay, so where haven't I gone? It's not there. It's not over here, is he? Nope. I think I'm just gonna look up where he is. I have no idea where to find him. Oh, dang it. Literally the one place that I didn't go to. What I get? He's here. Who's this guy right here? Oh man. Just a moment, let me see that tablet. This is the Rosetta Stone. This makes it possible to decipher Lufenian. Oh man. Yes, of course, that's what that was. It all makes sense. Allow me to express my gratitude by teaching you Lufenian. There, now you can speak Lufenian too. Yeah, I was like, I remember that name, but I couldn't remember where he was. Also, even looking at the picture, I'm like, hey, wait a minute. Why do these graphics look better? Oh yeah, so they also remade this game for the PSP with redone graphics. Bum, bum. Now I can talk to them. I literally went everywhere but that town. I honestly forgot about that town. So I'm guessing at this point, I'll be able to talk to these ladies and they'll tell me where to go. And then I'll go into the tower and then Sky City? Hopefully. We are the Lufenians, the descendants of the race that once lived among the clouds. Oh, they are the Sky people. Use a vessel you call an airship. It was built by one of our ancestors, a man by the name of Sid. Sid's in every game. The light bearers, then the legend is true. We have a legend that has been passed down through these generations. According to this legend, 400 years after the fall of the civilization in the sky, warriors bearing light will come forth to save our people. 400 years ago, we built a civilization of the highest order, even beyond the skies we reached. However, that is not but history now. Oh. Badge. The flying castle floats on a blue sea of stars beyond the sky. The world is composed of 4 forces: fire, earth, water, and wind. Of those, we showed greatest prowess with the power of wind. High in the sky, we set a castle afloat in that azure sea of stars. Could the mechanical beings our ancestors created still function? Well, I found one, so yes. The sky people would pass on their memories from one generation to the next through rituals. But 400 years is a very long time, and those memories have begun to fade. Oh. They have technology. We came to believe there was another entity controlling the 4 fiends. To ascertain its location, we sent out 5 warriors, but much time has passed since we heard from them. I hope no harm has befallen them. The castle that floats high above the clouds was once the home of our ancestors. The Mirage Tower is the gateway to that castle. Okay, let me in. Tiamat blocks the power of wind, the source of the sky people's strength. We struggled for our very lives with Tiamat, the fiend of wind, but our power was not enough. To this day, her lair remains in the castle in the sky, the flying fortress. We place our last hope in the 5 warriors we sent out. It's been said they fell victim to the curse of the fiends and were turned into bats. Bats. I knew it. Before you leave, legendary warriors, take this chime with you. It will grant you passes into the Mirage Tower. So I have to find bats. I knew it. Okay, so now I can go to the tower. I'm gonna save it. Actually, I'm gonna rest in this tent. Bum, bum. So there's a robot up there. Money. Healing helmet. Night Ninja. How about the cast heal when used? Okay, so heals, I think the small heal like heals everyone. Money, Vorpal sword. A very sharp crescent blade. I'm gonna use the ice sword. I wonder if I should be using this. I'll try it. Age shield, money. Guards against stone and poison. Sure. Tents. Hello. Mister, we have waited so long. You have. Thanks for waiting. This encounter's off. I'm just gonna explore really quick. Dude, how does she have more health than my other warrior? I swear it's all RNG. Roll whether you roll to have more health or not. Nice. Yeah. So powerful. Gonna heal him. Our friend left on a journey to the west. He took the warp cube and went to see our master. So luckily I already got the warp cube. Which I guess that's one thing, if you don't know, hey, go up this river, this waterfall, and find this robot. Which I just explore everywhere, so I ended up finding him. There's a bunch of chests. Let's see. Which one doesn't have a bunch of monsters in it? Yeah. Dragon mail. Mail fashioned from dragon scales that guards against fire and ice. Right. Guards against lightning, fire, and ice. Sunblade. Effective against undead. Hey, everyone can use it. Well, not everyone. Warrior, knight, ninja. Effective against undead. Yeah, let's give it to him. I'll give him that. Sunblade. Accuracy 100%. Nice. Cottage. Money, 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 money. Thor's hammer. Cast Thundara when used. Knight, ninja, white wizard. Let's try this out. Yeah. Thor's hammer. Got him. Blue dragon. Ow. Use the warp coup to travel beyond the sky. It will take you to the flying fortress. Cool. Yeah, it might be better if she's healing instead. Razor. Saber that casts Scourge when used. Spell Scourge. Instantly kills all enemies. It doesn't always work though. Yeah, I'm gonna switch her to healing. One strength, one luck. Money, gold, protect ring, healing helmet. Diamond gloves. I guess protect ring. Yeah. Honestly, that's a game changer, being able to do that. Fire. What would be challenging in this game is switching up builds. Because I just stuck with the starting class, pretty much. Yeah, I also could have had a monk, too. Mithril helmet. Agility, stamina. Diamond gloves. I guess these items are more if you decided to have two warriors. Yeah, makes sense. Diamond shield, ribbon. Guard against lightning. Money, money. So OP. Love it. Don't know what that was. Ooh, adamantite. I probably don't need that to use it now. So I'm guessing there's another boss after this boss. Legendary Medal of Renowned Strength. Dulcet Chime of Luthinian origin. Black robe, white robe. Guards against fire and instant death. Cast in Visceria when used. White robe. Her defense went down, but she has pretty good health, so. Ba-ba. Potion, gold, protect ring, gil. I didn't mean to go down. Okay, so I went up. Observation window looks out upon the world. The four forces of fire, earth, water, and wind appear as mist converging on a single point. A point at the center of the four altars. This must be the location of the Chaos Shrine. I don't know where that is. Okay. From the observation window, you can look out on the entire world. Okay. Oh. Ow. Protect cloak. A large cloak worn over armor. I finally get a shield. Close. Go down, go left, and then go up. Whoa! Analyzing Tiamat, no known weaknesses. I didn't know you can click on those. Oh no, it shows dialog boxes if you click on them. Why do they heal themselves when they're full health? No known weaknesses. Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. Vampire Lord. Strength, stamina, intellect, luck. Hello. So this is the Pixel Remaster edition. So I'm gonna be playing some of the Final Fantasy games. Well, I don't know which ones I want to play. So I played 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. I played some of 9, some of 10. I played Final Fantasy Legends 2. I played Crystal Chronicles. I think those are all of them that I played. But I haven't played this game in like 20 years, and so it was on Game Pass. So yeah, so this is on Game Pass, and so you can get it on Steam too. But they have a whole collection of all the original 6 games, and they're just pixel remasters, and they have like new backgrounds and stuff. Because I know that they remade this for the Game Boy Advance and for the PSP, but I heard that this game has the best quality of life updates, which is I don't know if you can do this in the PSP one, but you can attack faster. They kind of have like an auto battle where it's kind of whatever you select in battle, it kind of does it. Like all I have to do is press X and it'll just do on the bottom right over here, it shows the attacks that I've already pre-selected, and it'll just keep doing those. Which I don't remember if you could do that in the original games or on the PSP version. And then if you know, on the top left, it has a little fast forward button, and so battles actually go a little bit faster, so it makes it really easy to get through the game. Oh yeah. And so then the battles go by pretty quick. And then if you want to, you can actually turn off the battles, which I don't really like doing that because it kind of kills it. Like, hey, I'm about to die. I'm like, okay, yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow. Like, if you're about to die, then you just turn off the encounters and then you just run away, and you're like, I need to go heal. So that's kind of cool. And then even having a map, I doubt the original game had a map. And when you open doors, it shows that the doors are open too, which is really cool. And when you go inside, it shows you What's funny is I didn't notice this until maybe like 5 hours into the game. But it shows what's inside the rooms when you're inside the rooms. So you don't really have to like look around as much. And so that's why I ended up playing these versions. Sasuke's Blade. And yeah, I don't know if the original had this, but like, for example, I can see who can use this weapon. Which is a thief who evolved into a ninja. Small katana used by ninja. Monies. Yeah. And yeah, so my favorite Final Fantasy game is Crystal Chronicles, and so then at some point I'll be playing that game. And I have that on the Switch. But I might just play it on the GameCube, maybe. Honestly, like, for me, I'm kind of waiting for them to, like, remake games, and I'm like, yeah, you guys can remake these. Wow. Okay. And they also have a quick save feature. One thing that I thought was happening, I thought the game was actually saving on its own, and it wasn't. And then, what was it? My power went out because it was super windy out here, and they turned the power out. But luckily I had quick saved it, and if I didn't do that, I would have lost like 3 hours of progress. Because the game does save periodically. So I think it's every time you go to a new area or something, it'll save. Bum, 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 bum. I'm guessing I'm just supposed to go up. A quick save. What if I went this way? Oh, it just goes in circles. Okay. Oh, I'll stop hitting him. I'm not sure why they made this room so big. And so what is nice, I can turn off the encounters and just wander around the room. Boss time? Yep. Dang it. One agility. The Lich Marlith, the Kraken. You have defeated 3 fiends and reached my lofty perch. Oh yeah? All the better. May the image of Tiamat, the Fiend of Wind, be the last to burn your eyes. So apparently he has no weaknesses. He's a dragon. Nope, attack. Oh wait. Raise one ally's attack. So I'm gonna use temper myself. Shoot. Raises the party's defense. Or I can just smack him. Reduce one enemy's number of attacks. Stops time and paralyzes all enemies. No, I want to use haste. Where's haste? Ow. Temper. I'm just gonna heal. Haste. Yeah, everyone's poisoned. Let's see. Start with him. Yeah. Nah, it should hit pretty hard. Yeah. Miss. I don't understand how that missed, but okay. I'm just gonna keep healing with her. Oh. Got him. One strength, one intellect. This is the altar of wind from which the power of wind flows forth. Leave? Yes. No. Gonna heal him. Hey, now they hit hard. Bum, bum, bum. Oh. Where am I going? The dwarves. Make me a sword. Here we go. Hey, you remember me? Make me something powerful. Is this adamantite? Oh yeah. Hoots. I'll use this to make the finest sword ye ever wield. Ka-ching! Oh, dang. That looks nice. Done. In all my years, I've never crafted a finer sword. Go on, take her. She's yours. Oh yeah? Thank you. Oh, it is Excalibur. Yeah. Upgrade. Now I can get the true ending. Obtain Excalibur. The Sword of Myth. Yeah, Excalibur is in every game. Really? I don't know. Nice. Crafted from a legendary metal, effective against all types of enemies. Sounds interesting. Sunblade. It's beautiful. So I'm guessing in the later games they added, what was it, Muramasa and Masamune. It's my ship. The good old days. Whoop. $900. Nice. Where do I love to go? They said once I have everything to come back to them. Also, I want to talk to ladies, see if they say anything differently. Like, oh, thanks for saving our city. You're welcome. Chaos Shrine. Center of the Four Altars. With the forces again flowing freely, the time to go to the Chaos Shrine and strike at the root of darkness has come. The four crystals shine once again. The combined power of that light is the only means of breaking through the wall of time. The architect of this disaster is beyond that wall, 2,000 years in the past. Oh, okay. You would have no memory of this, but before you wandered into this land, time flowed properly for you. But that flow of time has become warped for you now in this time. The chain of time has become looped back upon itself. You must travel back in time to the link in that chain that gave birth to this cycle of wrath and destroy it. The sequence of disasters that began 400 years ago, it was triggered by events that happened only a scant few days in our past. It's been a few days for them. But whoever set this in motion has now fled 2,000 years into the past. I see time spiraling. Whatever went back 2,000 years in the past has brought the world to the brink of destruction. And now, 2,000 years later, it travels into the past again. A cycle of wrath without end. An ever-repeating 2,000-year cycle, the warped destiny that gives birth and rebirth to wrath. But it's no more than an illusion, a fantasy, and only the warriors of light can break the cycle. Bringing the light of the four crystals to us, warriors of light, only you can do this. Power must be directed towards its proper end. I see a cycle of wrath, a dim light guided by destiny, about which our entire future revolves. 12 sages. Okay, so I have to go to the Chaos Shrine. Am I missing anything? No. Go here really quick. One luck. I think I'm almost at max level. Max level is level 50. The Mosh Towers are symbol. Okay, so they all said the same things. Get out of my way. Here we go. I think I did everything, question mark. Oh wait, I should heal and save. We're staying in a cottage tonight. Oh yeah. The power of the four fumes absorbed by the crystals was being fed into the past by the black crystal. The one distorting the beautiful light of the crystals is the one we've been looking for all along. The true root of all evil lies just ahead. Oh, so they're the five warriors. There's 5 bats. The light of the 4 we've been seeking all this time. That light will open the time portal. The portal will transport you 2,000 years into the past to beginning of the time loop. Shine the light of the 4 crystals on the black crystal in the center of the chamber. Doing so will open a time portal to this shrine as it existed 2,000 years ago. No way. The curse of the fiends changed us into these forms and prevented us from speaking. The light of the crystals has enabled us to speak again. I knew it. Damn, I knew it. We are Sky People. We came to the shrine in our attempt to locate the source of the world's ruin. That was 400 years ago. One thing I do want to check. I'm gonna go see if the other bats talk. Wait, aren't there other bats in here? Let me check. Hello, bats. It might just be them though. I need to know. No, it's just them. Nope, wrong one. Oh no. Let's see. No. You focus the light of the 4 shining crystals, fire, earth, water, and wind, on the black crystal. The flow of time surges and space begins to warp. Just one step forward and you will travel back 2,000 years in time. Chaos Shrine. Scared. Let me go. Counter's on. So I can go down or I can go up. Whoop. Oh. All right, this was a dead end. Yeah. So powerful. Man, without a map, this would take forever. So it's the room in the middle. There's nothing else. One strength, one agility, one luck. Heal. No, stop hitting him. Do. Yeah. Stamina, intellect. Hello. One experience. 1-1. That's weird. Quick save. Can I do that? Elixir. Dry ether. What was that? I don't understand what happened. I prayed and then stairs appeared. Yeah, I turned off Master back on. I just want to explore. That's where I came. What the heck? Gil 559,000. I don't know why it's giving you so much money when you don't need it anymore. I'm pretty sure all these rooms are empty. Really? I don't know. Burn. You have to kill those things with fire. Well, just magic. But man, being able to just press auto attack and it like saves the attacks that you've done, it makes this game so much faster. Even though it would be nice to play the Game Boy Advance or the PSP version of this game, but to be able to do that in the game is really convenient. A little too convenient. One agility, one intellect. One agility, one stamina. It's from empty. Yep. I kind of want to get to max level before I fight the boss. Hey, what's this? I know you. Oh. I should be able to kill him in this round, I think. Dead. Cool. Now where'd I go? Ba-ba-bum. One strength, stamina, intellect, luck. Do. Oh, I'm sore. I should have drank water. Do. Ow. Why is he so weak to fire? What if I just blow him up? I don't understand why he's doing so little damage. Yeah. Do, 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 do. Protect cloak. Nice. Now. Elixir. Yeah. Protect ring. I have that. Level 47. Where am I going? So I could go down there. Was I not supposed to go down? Oh, there's another item. 1 strength. Sasuke's blade. What's the point of getting 2? I guess if you want to have 2 thieves on your team. That makes sense. Yeah. Easy. I'm pretty sure this is the last dungeon because I beat all 4 bosses and now I have someone who's messing with time left. And then it's having me fight all the bosses again. Except the stronger versions. Let's see. Empty room, empty room. A bunch of empty rooms. It's true. You can just script your relationship. What's the point of this room? Go down. Nice. Wait, so who got mad at you? Oh, that's fair. Yeah. Let's see. One strength, intelligence, luck. Stamina, intellect, luck. One stamina, intellect. These are my graves. Also, I did find the talking bats. Uh oh. Bum 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 bum. So right before you go back in time to fight whatever this boss is, there's 5 bats in a room, and because you got all the crystals, you're able to talk to them. Because it's undoing the power, it's undoing the curse that was put onto them. So this game did have talking bats. Where's that go? Nowhere. Oh, I could have went and left. Yep, next boss. One strength, intellect, luck. Save. Boss 3. The Kraken. Let's see, temper. Holy. Haste. What? Just one-shotted him. Attack. Attack. And paralyze. Yeah. Oh yeah, Tomb Raider's next after this. I might do Celeste tomorrow. Just because I only have Game Pass for another 2 days or something. What's today? Wait, so I might do what's it called? Winterboro, and then I might do I have it installed already. And Celeste. And then after that it's Tomb Raider. But I was gonna do the first Tomb Raider, so I was gonna do all 3 of the Tomb Raiders because I have them all. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, na, 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 na. And then I might get Game Pass again. We'll see though. Okay, where am I going? Everyone's healed. Okay, so there's a room all the way down there. Imagine not having a map. So with Celeste, there's the seasides, and I wanted to do the seasides. But I might do Celeste for the next 2 days, but we'll see. Bum, 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 bum. And then if I do finish this game, I might finish this game pretty soon, and so I might do an evening stream, which would be Celeste. And yeah, yesterday I streamed for 11 hours. I thought I streamed for 10 hours. And then I checked the VODs, because there were 2 VODs, and the first VOD was 5 hours, and I was like, oh yeah. Oops. That explained why it was like 3 p.m. when I ended. I think I started streaming around 2 o'clock, and I ended around 3. Yeah. Super early stream. And yeah, I fixed my sleep schedule now, so it was kind of nice. I woke up at 5, what was it, 5:30? I woke up before my alarm, which is really nice. I woke up at like 5:15 or 5:20. Yeah, it's nice waking up early and not being tired. The secret is to go to bed early. Yeah, let me in. It's crazy how much weaker the slow makes me. Oh. So when they slow you, you only attack once. Oh, here it is. That's a moon. A legendary katana without match. Yeah, I doubt it's better than Excalibur. But it's better than Excalibur. What the heck? Wow. But I should give it to him. 74. Well, because I don't think he can use Excalibur. No. Excalibur, Masamune. A legendary katana without match. Yeah. What's crazy is that these weapons are in this game, and then they're in all the other games. Are they? Yeah, I think so. Dang. He did 1,100 damage. Also, he really needed that because the last boss, he was doing like no damage. Me too. Okay. Bang. Yeah. Quick save. I know you. Temper. Haste. I don't understand why he's so weak to magic. Yeah. I should have her healing, but yeah. Raises caster's attack and accuracy. Oh, that's for me. I didn't do much. Yeah. Got him. All that's left is the room in the middle. There's nothing. Okay. Dang, it's hard. Back. Everyone's level 49. That's the last boss? What if I level up to 50 before I fought him? Got him. One strength, one stamina, one luck. Oh no, they can go higher than level 50, apparently. Okay, let's go to level 15 to beat the boss. One luck, one luck. Cool, everyone's all 50. Do you remember me? I was once the most renowned knight of Cornelia. No? 2,000 years from now, you killed me. I am Garland. Oh, you did defeat me then. But the four great forces saved me by sending me back through time. Well, that's what happened. Once here, I sent the four fiends into the future, where they shall once again use the four great forces to send me into the past. In 2,000 years, I will remember none of this. You cheater. Oh, whoa. So the last boss is the first boss. But I'll be reborn again here. So even as you die again and again, I shall return. Born again into this endless cycle that I have created. That's the real question. Where's Tifa? This guy looks like a beast. I'm not sure if I can have multiple resistances. Lightning damage, null damage. He looks like he's gonna do everything damage. Lightning. Temper. Fire resistance. Haste. Ow. How is that missing? I don't understand. They must already have it then. Temper. Protect. Haste. Okay. So full heal. Stops time. Maybe I can paralyze him. What if I just cast death on him and he just dies? I know, I'll just warp him to another dimension. See if I can slow him down. Ow. So everyone's protected, everyone has temper and haste. Nullify all. Gonna do damage. I'm just gonna do damage. I should probably heal. Let's just have her heal the entire time. Everyone else is doing enough damage, and she's the only healer, so... Nobody die. Oh, man. I doubt I can silence him. I'm not even gonna try. Wow. Hopefully he doesn't do that spell again. No! Nobody die. You're dead. He gets hit by everything. Maybe I can slow him? Nope. Get up. Oh, I used them all. Haste. Here we go. I'm gonna have him heal himself. Attack. Big heal. Dead. Oh, I'm wrong. 100 health. Dead. Small heal. Explosion. Another small heal. This is the last one he can do. Please die. Full heal. I'm blinded. Fully restores HP and MP. I'll do this. Nobody die, please. Cool. I got him. Hey, first try. Ugh. Man, he did hit hard though. The thing is, because I played Final Fantasy games before, I know what spells to use. Like, using haste and temper make your character so much stronger. Because you double the amount of attacks that they do, and you increase their attack power. The time loop was severed at last. Dun, dun. The endless struggle that raged over 2,000 years has ended, and peace prevailed once more. Is there a time loop in BG3? The light of the four crystals restore the forces of wind, water, earth, and fire. Dun, dun, dun. It was a mere trick of fate that had given rise to the chain of Garland's wrath. But magnified by the four forces meant to guide our world, that trick of fate also gave birth to the fiends. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, using haste and rage. Monsters had run rampant as the world sank into darkness. But all that is now past. With four forces flowing as they were meant, the warriors prepared to cross time and return to the world they knew. A world where Princess Sarah, Queen Jane, and even Garland himself await. Bum, bum, bum. When was this fateful day that sent time spiraling into a loop? Sequel? None can say. Yeah. It seemed the cycle into which time had fallen would last forever, but the bravery of four young travelers changed that. They took the forces that filled the world with darkness and used them to bathe the world in light. None will ever recall the struggle the four endured, for the breaking of the chain means that it never existed. What? But within the tales of fantasy that people tell, the memory of their deeds lives on. Tales of dwarves and elves, of dragons and shining civilizations that reached for the heavens even as they fell. And now their return is upon us. Dun, dun, dun. With the memory of their struggle buried deep in their hearts, they will quietly watch over our world. Remember always that the forces of the world must be used as they were intended. That the power of light must never be used for dark, and that the true crystals reside in your heart. For you are the warrior who crossed time. That's pretty cool. You are the bringer of light. Hey, this game has a really uplifting message. I can see why they made 100 more games after this. 100? Okay, not 100. But a lot. So they just went out to live in nature. You just put a little house over here. This is where you can go fishing. Look at all this fishing. You can go lake fishing, you can go ocean fishing. Best of both worlds. The end. Now we're going to get transported to a timeline that has Tifa. Tifa, where are you? Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster Staff. Supervisor Yoshinori Katase. Director Kazuri Kobayashi. Lead planner Miyoki Kano. Planner Natsuki Hanai. Art director Maria Iwanaga. Lead pixel artist Kazuko Shibuya. Art project manager Kumi Sudo. Music director Hidenori Miyanaga. Sound effect director arranger Yuri Oyama. Original composer music supervisor Nobu Uematsu. Yoshitaka Amano, logo and image illustrator. Now, just a ton of names. Ugh. Shigeyuki, dang it. Saito, Yamada, Kobu, Tonshu, Ikijiri, Nakai, Ishida, Kojima, Nakamura, Umeki, Saito, Honda, Miyamoto, Yasuda, Inaku, Kimura. There's too many names. I can't read that fast. Galuya, Victoria, Yamamoto. Final Fantasy Rebirth. It's because it didn't have Tifa. You just have to play a game that has Tifa. Legendary Treasure Hunter. Dun 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 dun. I don't know if I got all the achievements for this game. Oh, it did have Tifa? Okay. Well, because how many... Oh, yeah, Rebirth, okay. Played 20 or so hours. Okay. Dun 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 dun. I'm trying to find any making of Final Fantasy videos. There's a Final Fantasy retrospective. It came out 10 years ago. I remember watching it 10 years ago. It explains everything about Final Fantasy to that point. Oh, I didn't do the outro. Whatever. Okay, I found one video. Dun 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 dun. Okay, I'll skip this. I'm sorry. Save completed game data. Data says progress up to final boss. Yeah, sure. I'm not sure what beating it does. Yes. Defeated chaos and restored peace to the world. Prophecy foretold. Let's see. So we'll look at... I know I missed some monsters. I'm just gonna go through the list. No! 51, 53. $118, $123. Why did I miss enemies? I don't understand. I missed 4 enemies. Whatever. Let's look at the gallery. Title Splash. I think this is from the Game Boy Advance. I remember because all the art looked like that. I don't know. I'm not sure if it was on the original game though. By Her Majesty's Side. Unused. Princess Sarah. Uncharted Lands. The Flying Fortress. That's cool to see this concept art. When they were making the game, this is how they envisioned it. There's the airship. Battling the dragon. Battling the Ochu. It's crazy how the enemies look like now. Because the enemies look now, they look like how they do in these pictures now. It was just the limitations of graphics back then. But eventually they ended up looking like that. Battling the Kraken. Is that a Chimera? Behemoth? And he's dressed as a Dark Knight. Or a Dark Warrior. Dragoon? Lassian. I'm pretty sure I fought that thing. Chaos Enthroned. Warriors of Light. Is that Chaos? Warriors of Light combat the Jinn. Goblin? The Lizard. Basilisk. Genie? Gigas, okay. Shajin. Shark. Skeleton guys. Worms, Crawler. Hellhound. The Anaconda. Scorpion. Minotaur. It's a troll. It's death. Zombie. Well, there are 3 different kinds of zombies. Medusa. Tiger. Or this was the tiger. Oh, I forgot they were called. I'm just gonna go back. Rakshasha. Gargoyle. Dragon. Green slime. Spider. Chimera. What were these? Beretta. Those things were tough. Mummy. It's coming out of a chest. Cockatrice. Tyrannosaur. These things hit hard. Crocodiles. What is this? Ochu. Okay. Hydra. Was Sentinel? Soldier. Kinda looks like he has like a human arm. Naga. It's hideous. Chimera. Mind Flayer. I don't know why they had him pose like that. Golems. Oh, cool. Black Knight. Dark Elf. Unicorn. Lich. What was it? Merilith. Kraken. Tiamat. Chaos. This game is brought to you by Square Enix. Whatever. Let's see, what achievements didn't I get? Wait, there's a puzzle in it? Play the 15 puzzle game. Whatever. Oh yeah, I was gonna play Still Wakes the Deep. I don't know if I have time to play that. Whoa. 'Cause I already have it installed. I also have Clear Obscure installed, but
is out there.
I might do that later. Yeah, I know. The hard part. Well, I was looking at the games that I already have installed. No. Why does it show me football stuff? I don't watch football stuff. What's this? Up. Most realistic simulation game. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to history. Cute. Yeah, that's what I used to do. Which, because again, I play Dota pretty often, off stream. That's pretty. The only game I pretty much play off stream is Dota. Which I might play that after this. Yeah, since I kind of finished early. Or I can play Celeste. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours about. But what's this one? Sorry, this one or this one? Final Fantasy, structure analysis. How was it?
On the 18th of December 1987, a Japanese video game publisher called Square released a game that they hoped would revive their ailing fortunes and lift them up from the ashes of mediocrity. It was by no means a last resort, but for some time Square had been adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Few of their games had fostered any kind of lasting appeal, and their search for the answer highlighted just how much they were struggling to find their feet in the ever-evolving landscape of the Japanese video gaming industry. This new game would be their anchor, a foundation upon which they could build and grow. And following its initial success, countless spin-offs and sequels would be spawned, each one building upon the rich legacy of that original game. As of March 2022, that legacy stands to the tune of over 173 million copies being sold, something that has solidified the franchise amongst a pantheon of gaming greats. That anchor had become entrenched and immovable, allowing Square and subsequently Square Enix
That's not original
to become
look.
a juggernaut within the video gaming industry. But it all began with that fateful release back in December of 1987, with a game that was simply called Final Fantasy.
Also, yeah, all the Final Fantasy music is trademarked, or it's copyrighted. Because I had uploaded my VODs already, it immediately told me, hey, it's copyrighted for all. Literally, I had like 5 different copyrights.
By 1987, Square had become an established publisher and developer of video games in Japan. They had found initial success on personal computers, producing numerous text-based adventure games. Cruise Chaser Blastia and Alpha would serve as shining examples. Each pushed boundaries, bringing something new to market. But after witnessing the continued success of Nintendo's family computer, the company was encouraged to move away from the tried and tested. The only challenge was that they lacked the experience to do so in an effective manner. Square had become accustomed to creating games that suited a more mature audience, but the Famicom was attracting an audience that was younger and more vibrant. And the types of games that appealed to this new audience were not text-based adventures or early role-playing games. They were high-octane, action-based experiences that could satisfy the cravings of this younger audience and give them the arcade experience from their living rooms.
Yeah.
In spite of this, the employees at Square were undeterred. They had faced challenges before, and a belief was instilled that there was every chance a silver bullet of a game could be made, and that this game would help them to realize the potential for huge financial returns associated with developing games for the Famicom.
This is the original video.
Square signed on with Nintendo as a Famicom developer on the 24th of June 1985. This made them something of a trailblazer, as they were one of the first Japanese developers to sign with
Compilation of the
Nintendo.
first 3 videos
But
published in
it
our
would take
complete
some
history of
time
Final Fantasy
until
series.
Square were ready to truly commit to the system. One of the main challenges was that Square's personal computer games had seen a dramatic upturn in performance. Their first game, called The Death Trap, was created by a group of part-time employees with Hironobu Sakaguchi at the helm. It would end up generating around $120,000 upon its release in October of 1984, and its success would prompt the production of a sequel. Again overseen by Sakaguchi, Will, The Death Trap 2 featured the same core gameplay and narrative premise, but this time the scope was much more ambitious. Square went heavy on graphical innovation, and it's believed that The Death Trap 2 became Japan's first animated PC game when it launched during the middle of 1985. These technical features, when combined with a new approach
No, I know how that game ends. She dies.
Death Trap 2 end up generating approximately $2.4 million, a 1,900% increase in revenue compared to its predecessor. With the Death Trap 2 launching around the same time as the agreement had been signed with Nintendo, Square's plans to develop for the Famicom were placed on hold. They would still support the system, releasing a port of Thexter, but most of the newfound capital was used to further invest in producing games for personal computers. It saw skilled freelancers hired to either support existing staff or replace those that fell by the
They're all
wayside.
young.
And partnerships were explored to further elevate the quality of the games they
Yeah,
were
Gundam.
producing. Cruise Chaser Blasty and Alpha served as evidence for this new vision. For Cruise Chaser Blasty, Square would collaborate with a respected animation house called Nippon Sunrise. And due to the scale of the initiative, Square even adapted the story
Nippon.
into a manga and planned to release an original video animation to further expand the universe. For Sakaguchi, this was also a first opportunity to showcase his interest in the role-playing genre, as instead of making another adventure game, Cruise Chaser Blasty was created as a first-person role-playing game based around mechs. For Alpha, which would be overseen by a close friend of Sakaguchi called Hiromichi Tanaka, Square would continue to evolve the quality of their interactive text-based adventures. It would see time and money invested in cutting-edge technology, with the final product combining complex animations, sound effects, and music to create a dynamic and engaging video game. Both games would be well received, helping Square to consolidate their position as an up-and-coming video game developer and publisher. And to ensure their trajectory continued to move in the right direction, 3 crucial decisions were made. Prominent staff members, such as Sakaguchi and Tanaka, were rewarded with full-time contracts. The office would be moved from Hiyoshi to Ginza, an upscale part of Tokyo, and they would start developing meaningful games for the Famicom. These steps showed Square's ambitions, but there was one slight issue. When the deal had been signed with Nintendo, Square were reportedly the 7th company to do so. Fast forward a year later, and 26 separate publishers had produced games for the Famicom, with the
Pac-Land.
majority of them, outside of a few outliers like Square, managing to release at least 2 games. Whereas Square had waited, these publishers had seen the opportunity and attempted to take full advantage. As a result, Square were left playing catch-up. But even still, there was a confidence within the company that they would be able to wrestle market share away from their competitors by producing compelling, arcade-based experiences. And to ensure they had the best chance of success, for their first Famicom game, which would be called King's Knight, they assigned some of their top talent. It would see Hironobu Sakaguchi assigned as director, with Kazuko Shibuya and Hiromi Ito assigned to work on the artistic vision. Nobuo Uematsu would then be assigned as the composer, and due to a lack of experience working on the Famicom, Square collaborated with Works, a third-party development company who had previously worked with them on the Famicom port of Thexter. To ensure King's Knight would resonate with the Famicom audience, instead of building on their experience with slower, more methodical games,
Yeah, arcade times were fun.
Vertical scrolling shooter. And the reason for this was simple. The scrolling shooter genre had seen a huge boost in popularity throughout the early 1980s thanks to Japanese arcades, and that popularity had spilled over to the Famicom. This had been led by a range of ports, with 1942 and Twin B both selling over 1 million copies each. And publishers had started to produce Famicom exclusive games in the genre, often based on existing IPs. Even though they didn't have a license to leverage, Square's leadership believed that if they could create a compelling vertical scrolling shooter, success would be easier to achieve. But Sakaguchi didn't just want to create a derivative experience. At the time, many shooters were either based within a modern-day war setting or a futuristic space setting. Neither subgenre was all that appealing to Sakaguchi, but when looking for alternative sources of inspiration, a game called Nightmare stood out. Unlike its contemporaries, Nightmare was set within ancient Greece. As such, instead of using guns and lasers, its protagonist would shoot arrows and use swords. Upon launch, Nightmare would be lauded, with many publications recommending it to their readers due to its innovative visuals and overall quality of gameplay. And due to how well it was received, there was a feeling that it would serve as the perfect blueprint for Sakaguchi's vision for what a vertical scrolling shooter should be. It would see a similar style of gameplay adopted, but for King's Knight, a broader cast of characters would be created. Sakaguchi would also layer over role-playing mechanics, something that facilitated the creation of a brand new genre that was dubbed the Formation RPG. This
Maybe Baldur's Gate with
further emphasized
social anxiety.
Sakaguchi's desire
Hopefully.
to create role-playing games. But with King's Knight not being well received by critics or fans, the
I
leadership
don't even know
team
what's in my
Square
watch
was now
later.
pushing Sakaguchi to be more direct with subsequent games. Beyond that, even though Sakaguchi did have a desire to make a more complete role-playing game, neither he nor close members of his team had the required technical know-how in order to make it happen. At the time, Famicom cartridges did not have any kind of method for saving data, and there was a belief that role-playing games, due to how long their stories were and how long gameplay
Kill the
sessions
ogre.
would end up being, would need some kind of method for saving. Otherwise, players would get frustrated by not being able to pick up what
Look
they
at how
left off.
originally it looked.
As such, Sakaguchi had no real choice but to tackle other action-based genres such as the rail shooter and driving simulator. And although there was still room for innovation, this would come in the form of technical aspects as opposed to intricate gameplay mechanics. As Sakaguchi toiled away trying to make a smash hit for the Famicom, other minds in the company were hard at work creating games for the Famicom Disk System. Nintendo had developed this peripheral as a way of helping to reduce the retail price of games, taking direct inspiration from personal computers. It would see the initial system have a hefty price tag, but the games themselves would retail at about half the price of a typical Famicom game. It would also be possible to buy blank discs, which could then be taken into stores to have brand new games loaded onto them for as little as 500 yen. For consumers, this was a game changer. Brand new games could now be purchased for 90% less than the typical retail price, and the hope was that by removing the price tag, it would lead to increased demand. Publishers flocked to take advantage, and with the storage and medium being much more familiar to Square, instead of waiting around like they had done with the Famicom, they went all in immediately. Such was the level of Square's commitment that multiple games were planned for development. They even founded and helmed the Disk Original Group, a publishing arm that would see them distribute games on the Famicom Disk System for similar-sized Japanese developers such as Crystal Soft, System Sarcom, and Hummingbird Soft. The first game released by Square for the Famicom Disk System would be Crystal Dragon. It was helmed by Hiromichi Tanaka, and by leveraging all the experience Tanaka and his team had gained from developing adventure games for personal computers, as well as aggressive traditional and guerrilla marketing campaigns, Crystal Dragon would end up selling over 500,000 copies. Shortly after launch, another employee at Square called Kazuhiko Aoki
I think I might do another stream later, and that's going to be Celeste, so it's fine. I'm going to be doing Celeste, the Seasides, so I'll probably be on for another hour.
Despite not being given full permission to do so. The story was planned to be rooted in high fantasy, with players taking control of a party that consisted of 4 interchangeable characters.
Yeah, have a good night.
The scale of the game was also planned to be beyond anything seen before. And having become enthused by all of this, Square's publicity department launched an advertising campaign before development had even started, during which it was revealed that the game would come on 5 discs, something that would have seen Seiken Densetsu releasing as the largest game ever produced for the Famicom Disk System. Unfortunately, once members of the senior management team took a closer look at the project, instead of asking Aoki to scale back the vision, they chose the drastic action of cancelling the game outright before any significant progress was made. The fate of Seiken Densetsu was emblematic of the wider sentiment towards role-playing games within Square. There were developers, such as Sakaguchi and Aoki, who adored the genre and wanted to explore and experiment with possibilities. But there were others within the management layer who felt that creating role-playing games would not be a prudent financial decision. They instead believed that players wanted fast-paced action games, and the Famicom bestsellers list supported that view. By mid-1986...
The thing is, I like both action, like fast-paced games, and I like casual games where you're able to think of what you want to do next.
Have been published by Nintendo, but as time went on, third-party
I love playing Mario Brothers and I love playing Final Fantasy, so...
It would see companies such as Hudson Soft, Capcom, and Konami release now iconic games such as Bomberman, Ghosts and Goblins, and Gradius. And even though the literal genre differed, they all had a strong focus towards action. Bomberman, for example, was an action puzzle game. Ghosts and Goblins was a 2D action platformer. And Gradius was a horizontal side-scrolling shooter, the very epitome of action. These games highlighted the general trend, and it will be further emphasized by games like The Legend of Zelda and Hydralide. Neither game had been designed with the Famicom in mind, with The Legend of Zelda releasing in Japan on the Famicom Disk System, and Hydralide being ported over from personal computers. But they each showed that the action genre could be fused together with the adventure and role-playing genres to create compelling experiences. It also showed that developers who had the opportunity to take risks would be rewarded. But with Square seeing diminishing returns from their support of the Famicom Disk System, they chose to focus their efforts on initiatives that they believed would reduce the risk as much as possible. As such, they focused on creating adventure games for the Famicom Disk System, explored the creation of licensed games, and kept the Famicom as their platform ace in the hole, where they would experiment but in a controlled manner. After the publishing of King's Knight, this saw Sakaguchi oversee the creation of a rail shooter called Operation Jumpout and a racing game called Highway Star. But while the team toiled away on these new efforts, something quite unexpected was happening within the Japanese video games industry. On the 27th of May 1986, an unorthodox publisher by the name of Enix had gone to market with a game called Dragon Quest. Unlike other publishers who often published games developed by their own internal teams or select partners, Enix operated on a more fluid model. They would instead ask the Japanese public for ideas through competitions, offering cash prizes for the winners. The first major run of this concept saw over 300 programming hobbyists submit ideas. 13 were successful, with Enix publishing them all within the same window. But amongst those 13, 2 stood out. The first, a puzzle platformer called Door Door, was submitted by a 19-year-old individual named Koichi Nakamura. Enix paid Nakamura 500,000 yen for the submission, and with it going on to sell over 200,000 copies, it granted Nakamura access to a sizable amount of royalties. The second, a tennis simulation game called Love Match Tennis, was presented by a 29-year-old individual named Yuji Horii, a freelance writer for Weekly Shonen Jump. For coming first in the competition, Horii was paid 1 million yen, the equivalent of $5,000. Following this initial wave of releases, both Nakamura and Horii would continue to work with Enix. Later that same year, they collaborated to create the Portopia Serial Murder Case, an innovative and influential visual novel that would even inspire the likes of Hideo Kojima to want to make games. Nakamura would then found his own development studio called Chunsoft in 1984, but Enix would continue the relationship, and this would lead to another collaboration with Horii that would end up becoming one of the most influential Japanese video games of all time, Dragon Quest. Keen to continue innovating, Enix decided to send Nakamura and Horii to Apple Fest, a North American conference dedicated to all things Apple. Many Western developers would showcase their latest games, and Enix hoped that the pair would gain exposure to new ways of thinking. The trip would have the desired effect, as 2 franchises stood out, Wizardry and Ultima. Both games had made waves throughout the early 1980s, with each franchise having 3 entries within the first 3 years of the decade. But even though they were developed for the Apple II, and both Horii and Nakamura had specialized in making games for Japanese personal computers, the pair were intrigued by the Famicom and decided to take a big risk. At the time, role-playing games weren't all that popular in Japan, and they were certainly not popular on home consoles. This in itself represented a real challenge, as they would be pushing against the supposed demands of the market. But Horii felt as though Japanese gamers deserved the chance to experience the thrills that Western role-playing games offered, and he set about attempting to figure out how they could create a more Japanese-centric adaptation of the genre. Throughout the initial planning, Horii was adamant that Dragon Quest should deviate away from some of the already released role-playing games by becoming more accessible. They wanted it to be enjoyable for anyone who owned a Famicom and was curious, as opposed to being restricted to only being enjoyable by the so-called hardcore gamers of the time. They also wanted to create a very clear distinction between arcade action-focused ports that had proliferated onto the system, which were designed to make players have frequent game overs. Based on this, Horii vowed to make a game where players could enjoy long play sessions without having to worry about seeing a game over screen, something that would be complemented by a simple control scheme that would make use of a command-based menu system. They also hired an artist to create promotional and in-game assets as well as the box art, as they believed this would help the game feel more cool and approachable. That artist would be Akira Toriyama, who at the time was a rising star, having started to gain some renown for his work on a relatively new manga called Dragon Ball. Upon its release though, Enix's worst fears were realized. Dragon Quest did not resonate with the Japanese public, and initial sales were so low that there were fears that Enix would even make a loss. In response, Horii went on the charm offensive with the Japanese public, writing a string of articles in Shonen Jump magazine aimed at explaining the concept of role-playing games. Those who were then intrigued enough to purchase found themselves hooked, and over the next 6 to 9 months, the combination of new articles and word of mouth helped Dragon Quest to overcome its slump and become a must-have game for the Famicom. Fast forward 1 year, and Dragon Quest had managed to sell more than 1.5 million copies, becoming one of the best-selling games on the system. And it not only proved from a technical perspective that it was possible for role-playing games to be made on the Famicom, it also proved that they could sell, and sell well.
The development.
The success of Dragon Quest was just what Sakaguchi needed. He had been enjoying Western role-playing games for some time, as had other members of the team at Square, but due to a combination of factors, even though attempts had been made to produce the type of role-playing game he himself would want to play, there was limited appetite within Square to be proactive in supporting the production of this type of game. And this was especially true following their decision to shift their focus towards developing for the Famicom. However, towards the start of 1987, there became a realization amongst the Square's management team that things were not going as well as they had hoped. This realization led to certain barriers being broken down, and it presented an opportunity that Sakaguchi would attempt to seize with significant gusto. Within a few short years, Square had produced a whole host of video games and made a lot of money. This had then been used to hire a raft of full-time employees and invest in high-end office space within one of the most exclusive business districts in Tokyo.
The Death Trap
Despite
Part
the huge
2.
levels of investment, Square's revenue did not increase in any kind of meaningful way. To turn around their fortunes, the president of Square, a man named Masafumi Miyamoto, made an intriguing decision. He decided, in principle, to divide the company into 4 teams. But in the initial instance, each team would only consist of one person, a team leader. It would be their responsibility to come up with a compelling game concept and present it to the entire company, which by this point consisted of around 50 people. The teams would then be formed by using a democratic system, as each employee would be given the freedom to choose the idea that they wanted to work on. As one of the chosen team leaders, Sakaguchi thought hard about what to present. For some time, he had been wanting to build a compelling role-playing game, but after the company shifted focus towards the Famicom, this was considered impossible. That was until the release of Dragon Quest. It not only shattered preconceived notions around the technical limitations of the Famicom, but proved that role-playing games could be a huge commercial success on the system. With Dragon Quest II surpassing the original.
That's crazy to think that they thought people wouldn't like RPGs. I love RPGs.
Game themselves. And so, he presented his vision for a role-playing game to the entire
playing
company,
RPGs is pretty much how I learned to
their
read.
ambition should be to knock Dragon Quest from its
Like, I
path.
remember my teachers were like, how do you know these words? They're in my video game.
Decided to support Sakaguchi's vision.
Oh.
Due to how successful Dragon Quest had become, the rest felt that Sakaguchi's
Because yeah, I was like 7 years old playing these
just
games.
too bold, bordering on arrogant and disrespectful. The majority instead chose to support the game presented by Hiromichi Tanaka, which proposed
And yeah, it was
side-scrolling
RPGs back then. It was a lot of text.
movie franchise. This was not an ideal start, but the seed had at least been planted. And even though Sakaguchi was able to only convince a few people that a compelling and successful role-playing game could be made on the Famicom, that was still better than convincing no people. After the dust settled, Sakaguchi and his small team were relocated to another building, a warehouse with just 2 rooms. Here, instead of working on the role-playing game that Sakaguchi had presented to the company, the majority of the team started working on Highway Star, an arcade-style racing game that was more in line with what the leadership at Square were wanting to see at the time. However, not everyone was assigned by Sakaguchi to work on Highway Star. An individual called Koichi Ishii was separated from the rest of the team, tasked with doing initial planning on the role-playing game. And while he occupied one of the rooms by himself, even creating a makeshift cubicle out of some foldable conference tables to make it feel more professional, everyone else was crammed into the other room to work on Highway Star. This was a real sink-or-swim moment for Ishii. Having joined Square towards the end of 1986, Ishii had very little experience within the video games industry, and he almost didn't even proceed through the interview process, as Sakaguchi was quite shocked to see someone turn up looking like a thug, wearing a leather jacket with peacock-like feathers attached. But Ishii turned out to be the very literal manifestation of not judging a book by its cover. As the interview progressed, Ishii showed Sakaguchi his notebook. Inside were tons of cute character drawings and wondrous concepts. They blew Sakaguchi away, and he became convinced that what Ishii lacked in experience, he would make up for with creativity. After being assigned to work on the role-playing game, Ishii was more than aware of the scale of the task ahead. After all, Dragon Quest had been a monumental success, and Sakaguchi wanted this new game to try and take its place as the king of the hill. Having already played Dragon Quest and other games in similar adjacent genres like The Legend of Zelda, Wizardry and Ultima, Ishii's first task was to establish what he liked and disliked about each of those games. Alongside this, Ishii also began to formalize the many ideas and illustrations that had found their way into his notebooks over the years, and he thoroughly enjoyed figuring out how these would translate into a digital format. One of the ideas that had featured with a high degree of prominence focused on 5 elements, and how they should be integrated into a world where supernatural beings were prevalent. The idea was to introduce 4 elements that were grounded in reality, and these would be enriched through the medium of fantasy. The 5th element was then planned to be something unconventional, but after careful consideration, this 5th element, which was meant to be dubbed mana, was removed. The 4 elements that remained would become associated with crystals, and they would end up becoming a focal point of the narrative. They would become found their way into his notebooks over the years, and he thoroughly enjoyed figuring out how these would translate into a digital format. One of the ideas that had featured with a high degree of prominence focused on 5 elements, and how they should be integrated into a world where supernatural beings were prevalent. The idea was to introduce 4 elements that were grounded in reality, and these would be enriched through the medium of fantasy. The 5th element was then planned to be something unconventional, but after careful consideration, this 5th element, which was meant to be dubbed mana, was removed. The 4 elements that remained would become associated with crystals, and they would end up becoming a focal point of the narrative. They would provide an impetus for the 4 protagonists, guiding their journey around the world to fight 4 powerful bosses, each of whom guarded much larger crystals.
Yeah.
Alongside this, Ishii introduced a suite of design concepts that would be retained as development commenced, such as creating a diorama-inspired world map, the introduction of a title card that would show the game's prologue had concluded, and that the game's first boss, Garland, should also be the game's final boss. Another important decision would relate to the battle system.
That was pretty cool though.
Many of the popular role-playing games, irrespective of where they had been developed in the world, had either seen combat play out in the field or in a separate first-person battle scene. Ishii felt this was restrictive, and instead proposed a side-on view that would allow players to see their entire party on one side of the screen and the array of enemies they were facing on the other. This decision would allow for more spotlight to be placed on a simplified class system, as each job, as they would become known, would have a unique visual style. And by having a side-on approach, players would see how their formation stacked up against that of their enemy. By the time Highway Star was wrapping up, Ishii had been working for a few months on the role-playing concepts. Some solid foundations had been created, but there were numerous challenges ahead. Even still, Sakaguchi was incredibly driven to make this project succeed, and wanted to be as efficient as possible with the remaining time they had. For years, it had been his dream to make video games, but neither King's Knight nor Operation Jumpout were games that played to his strengths as a creator. With both titles struggling from both a critical and commercial perspective, and Highway Star suffering a similar fate, Sakaguchi made a promise to himself. Unless this next game performed well enough to prove that he had what it took to make it within the video games industry,
he made Subway Surfer for 20 years before it became popular.
A more sensible job. With the team being so small, it became a necessity for everyone to chip in, irrespective of their strengths and weaknesses. They just had to make it work. As Sakaguchi would later share, the mentality of the team at the time was that there was no guarantee this game would make it. There were a lot of worries, a lot of unstable factors going into this project. The notion of mucking in was evidenced everywhere. It meant that despite Kazuko Shibuya being the designated artist within the team, Ishii, for example, learnt how to do pixel art so that he could help out, and this led to him also working on creating the user interface. To create something compelling, he created thick borders around the menu boxes using the iron pipes from Mario Bros. As an inspiration. It would also be Ishii who came up with the now famed white glove cursor, which was inspired by a game called Crackout. But as talented and driven as the team was, they also knew when limits had been reached, and there was a feeling that if the game were to stand out and be seen as a genuine competitor to Dragon Quest, external help would be required to enhance existing skill sets and create something unique. The two major areas that this applied to were the narrative and the artistic direction. Sakaguchi had worked on numerous narratives during his time at Square, but his role would vary. Sometimes he would come up with the wider concepts and work with writers to help formalize those concepts into something coherent, while other times he would take ownership of the entire process. For this game, Sakaguchi decided it would be best to seek external help. So they commissioned a professional writer called Kenji Terada and tasked him with taking the concepts created by both Ishii and Sakaguchi and incorporating them into a compelling narrative. Beyond this, even though Shibuya had become the go-to person for sprite work at Square and was an incredible artist in her own right, Ishii felt that they needed something more. They needed an illustrator. Ishii had been studying illustration for some time, using them as a source of inspiration. And outside of artists such as Rodney Matthews and Roger Hildebrandt, Ishii would almost always come back to a Japanese artist called Yoshitaka Amano. Amano was nothing short of an artistic prodigy. From a young age, he just wanted to draw. And
That's
such
cool.
was his fascination with drawing that he didn't want his creativity to be burdened by rules and regulations. It saw Amano reject the opportunity to attend formal art classes, as he instead wanted to learn and explore by taking his own path. This path would see him join the prestigious Tatsunoko Productions at the tender age of just 15 years old, and such was his talent that the head of Tatsunoko Productions, Tatsuo Yoshida, would end up being his mentor. Amano would end up staying at the company for over a decade, but even though he was given a chance to work on franchises such as Speed Racer and Gatchaman and enjoyed his work, the creative drive inside led to him yearning for something else. It saw Amano start to explore with more experimental art styles, and he became inspired by Western artists such as Frank Frazetta, who had created awe-inspiring covers for comic books. Years of study led to Amano becoming convinced his future lay elsewhere, and so, after leaving Tatsunoko Productions, he became a freelance illustrator. It wouldn't take long for someone to recognize his talent, and Amano was hired to work on Vampire Hunter D. Alongside this, he also started to release books that contained his works,
Vampire Hunter D.
And one of the first, called Maten, would end up leaving a lasting impression on Ishii. When thinking about illustrators, Ishii therefore recommended to Sakaguchi that they speak to Amano, but having no clue who Amano was, Sakaguchi rejected the notion as he wanted to hire an artist of great renown, much like Enix had done when they commissioned Akira Toriyama to work on Dragon Quest. After searching on his own, Sakaguchi found an artist he thought would fit the bill. That artist turned out to be Amano. Soon after, Sakaguchi sent a proposal to Amano, and then proceeded to visit his studio with Ishii and Shibuya to discuss what it would be like to work on a video game. It just so happened that even though Amano was unfamiliar with Square and was tentative about working on video games, he did want to work with fantasy as a theme. With the deal signed, the team at Square thought hard about how they wanted Amano to contribute to the project. They didn't want to place too many restrictions so as to not inhibit creativity, but one aspect was stressed. To differentiate Final Fantasy from Dragon Quest, the artwork had to cater to adults as opposed to children. To ensure this mature theme was consistent, Amano would be tasked with providing artwork for the game's box art and manual, but perhaps his most important role related to the creation of a plethora of illustrations that Ishii and Shibuya could then use as a reference for creating pixel art in-game. By this point, the project was starting to gain some traction, and when other projects at Square finished up, staff members were more than keen to see how they could contribute. At various points, it would see the likes of Akitoshi Kawazu, Hiroyuki Ito, and Ken Narita join, and they would each make significant contributions. Kawazu, for example, leveraged his experience playing and creating tabletop role-playing games while at university. He would create the underlying gameplay mechanics that would bring Ishii's character classes to life. Ito, whose main role was debugging, would also end up having a direct impact on the turn-based battle system.
Hiroyuki
After
Ito.
seeing the side-on view concept created by Ishii, he felt it resembled a typical NFL match, where the opposing sides would square off against each other, making all their tactical decisions before the play started. Narita would then be joined by Kiyoshi Yoshi to program the entire battle system, something that involved implementing the detailed design specifications provided by Kawazu and Ito. And this would be an interesting distinction, as the involvement of Narita and Yoshi on the battle system allowed Nasir Jebeli, Sakaguchi's main programmer, to focus elsewhere. For all of Nasir's talents, Having worked so long on action-based games, he struggled to understand many of the concepts relating to role-playing games. And with there being a language barrier, as Nasir only spoke limited Japanese, Sakaguchi struggled to find a way to explain these concepts in a way that made sense. One prominent example was that Nasir couldn't understand the concept of hit points. In his mind, if someone got hit, they should die immediately, or at least lose a life. It meant that even though Nasir was brilliant, using Japanese programmers for these particular elements proved to be much more efficient. Nasir was then tasked with working on the programming for everything else, and that task would end up being massive in scale. It would see Nasir not only have to figure out how to make proper use of all the visual assets and how the various scenes would connect, but he would also be responsible.
It's crazy you haven't come up with the concept of hit points.
Every single line of dialogue and
or health
every
points.
single cutscene animation. Nasir also pushed boundaries and even went rogue at times. It was through his innovations that the airship functioned in such an effective manner, as he figured out a way to have the screen move 4 times the speed without there being any kind of performance reduction. And beyond that, Nasir also had time to program the secret 15 puzzle minigame that not even Sakaguchi knew about, as well as an anti-piracy script that was able to detect
I don't know where the minigame was.
adjust the source code and render the product inoperable. Each of these elements helped to make this project into something that was starting to feel quite special. And after seeing what was being created, more and more staff members wanted to join. Even Hiromichi Tanaka would join after finishing up with a game called The Cursed Treasure of Cleopatra, as would Takashi Tokita. Towards the end, it would see there being 3 programmers, 4 planners, 4 artists, and 5 other people working in supporting areas. And perhaps one of the most notable in this realm would be the game's composer, Noboru Uematsu. Uematsu had been working with Square since the release of Cruise Chaser Blasty, but before that, he had been struggling to make ends meet as a musician. By today's standards, Uematsu was a late bloomer, with his interest in musical instruments only coming at the age of 12. In the following years, that interest blossomed into something else, and it led to a teenage Uematsu growing aspirations to become a professional musician, even wanting to study music at university. But, as it was deemed an undesirable career, his parents refused to let him go down that path. As an act of defiance, even though Uematsu respected this decision, choosing to study foreign languages instead, he chose to study almost 500 miles away at Kanagawa University. And he did so with the explicit purpose of continuing to pursue music outside of his studies. After graduating, Uematsu chose to stay in the area, producing numerous demo reels for prospective publishing houses, and after some luck, this relentlessness ended up landing him a part-time position at Square. After impressing on a few projects like Cruise Chaser Blasty and Alpha, Uematsu was retained as a full-time employee, and with his focus now clear, he worked alongside Toshiaki Imai to produce music for almost every single game they made thereon after. Often, the scores Uematsu produced would only contain a handful of pieces of music, but due to the scale of this new game, not only was there an expectation that the volume of music would increase, there was also an expectation that the quality would need to increase too. And as Sakaguchi himself had been an aspiring musician who had also been dissuaded from following that career path by his parents, he had a particular focus on this area. By the end of production, Uematsu had composed countless pieces of music, with over 20 being deemed strong enough to make the final cut. One of these would be a last-minute request from Sakaguchi, and it would simply become known as the Prelude. Due to this request coming right at the end of production, it needed to be completed with the utmost haste. Uematsu took this in the most literal of senses, composing the Prelude in just 10 minutes. That such a compelling and enduring piece of music was composed in such a short amount of time epitomized the sheer talent that Uematsu possessed.
10 minutes.
And even though he would often be at odds with Sakaguchi, with them having constructive discussions about the quality and quantity of the work that Uematsu composed, it would be hard to argue with the end result. As each piece of the puzzle fell into place, it became clear that the game would be a captivating and meaningful experience. But there was still one major problem to solve: what the game should be called. The only thing they knew was that the game needed to be based on alliteration.
Hey, what game
this
is that?
particular concept for naming games had been used quite a few times within Square itself, but also with third-party titles where Square served as the publisher. Prominent examples of this would be King's Knight, Deep Dungeon, and Rad Racer, the name used for Highway Star's North American release. Outside of these names sounding cool in their own right, The development team also wanted consumers to be able to shorten the name to just 2 syllables, not least because this was what had happened with Dragon Quest, which was often shortened to either Dragque or DQ. With Square having already used the letters D, K, and R, they decided to work with the letter F because they wanted to use the word fantasy. After some deliberation, they felt the name Fighting Fantasy would work quite well. Not only would this allow consumers to shorten the game down to the cool-sounding FF, they also believed it would lead to them referring to the game as Fi-Fan. With the name decided, the legal team believed it would lead to them referring to the game as Fi-Fan.
Cool.
With the name decided, the legal team started doing their due diligence.
Oh, he's going to die.
They came back soon after with unfortunate news. 4 years earlier, a gamebook series called Fighting Fantasy had been created, subsequently taking the world by storm. The first 3 books were so popular within the UK that they occupied numerous spots at the same time within the Sunday Times' children's book chart, and by 1987, over 8 million copies had been sold worldwide. Due to the similar themes between the two properties, there was no way Square would be able to use the name without coming into some kind of legal trouble, but they also didn't want to budge too much. This meant they would keep the alliteration around the letter F, and they would also keep the word fantasy, as they wanted it to be front and center in the name as a descriptor of what the product represented. After looking at numerous options, the first word ended up being changed to final. This would be apt, as Sakaguchi had vowed to make this his final game should it underperform, and there was also a feeling that Square as a company were on a negative trajectory. But it was not meant to be all that symbolic. Instead, the primary reason they chose the name Final Fantasy was that it sounded really cool.
Yeah, it does. The price, that's correct.
As development continued into the fourth quarter of 1987, Square started to increase their marketing efforts as they built up for launch. 1987.
It was a screen tearing.
Increased their marketing efforts as they built up for launch. This saw numerous methods of advertising utilized, and within print publications, emphasis was placed on the involvement of Terada, Amano, and Nasir, as they were influential figures whose professional works pushed into different consumer demographics. Alongside this, and to ensure that no stone was left unturned, Square also employed some more unorthodox approaches towards driving pre-orders. For example, a letter was sent to everyone who had pre-ordered Seiken Densetsu. Its intention was to inform them of the game's cancellation, but there was also a significant amount of space dedicated to selling them on why they might want to switch their pre-order over to Final Fantasy instead, as it would also be a narrative-focused role-playing game with an emphasis on building a party. As marketing efforts continued, the next questions related to when the game should release and how many copies should be produced. The latent success of Dragon Quest shocked numerous video game publishers and developers across Japan, and when Dragon Quest II released just 8 months later, they were shocked again. Unlike its predecessor, which had taken some time to win over the Japanese public, Dragon Quest II sold 500,000 copies at launch. This made Enix 2.75 billion yen overnight. And due to the nature of the success, many of the traditional and challenger publishers who had continued to create games in tried and tested genres had their eyes well and truly opened. Sakaguchi had sensed this shift, but so too had many other creatives in Japan, and one of the first publishers to act would be Namco. Amongst the plentiful group of third-party publishers to have created games for the Famicom, Namcot, a subsidiary of Namco, were part of the elite. They had published countless games, with 2 of them even going on to sell over 1 million copies each, and their formula for success had been quite simple: focus on action. This would often see them port over games that had been successful within the arcades, but they would also fuse action with other genres, even experimenting with a few action role-playing games, such as the Tower of Duraga, which is noted for inspiring the likes of The Legend of Zelda and Hydelide. In 1987, their approach started to shift. They would still focus on action-based games, but Namcot realized that interest was waning around classic arcade ports. As a result, they chose to focus more on sports games. They also developed slower experiences, including Family Mahjong and Sanma the Great Detective, a board game and adventure game respectively. Namcot would also publish Dragon Slayer 4, despite not having worked with Nihon Falcom on the previous 3 installments. But perhaps their most intriguing move would relate to a game created in collaboration with a newly formed development studio called Atlas. Following its release in
Atlas makes
1986,
so many
the science
games.
fiction novel series Digital Devil Story
They're still
Megami
making
Tensei
games.
had become a huge hit.
Yeah.
Keen to strike while the iron was hot, its author, Aya Nishitani, worked with the publishing house Tokuma Shoten on facilitating the creation of multimedia adaptations. The initial plan was for Nintendo to produce a video game for the Famicom, but even though it received provisional approval, the board of directors at Nintendo vetoed the plan due to the source material being deemed far too mature for their brand. It was subsequently offered to other interested parties, and two groups won out: Atlas, who applied through Namco, and Telenet Japan. It would see two video game adaptations of Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei created. Atlas and Namco would work on a game for the Famicom, while Telenet Japan will create one for personal computers. And to keep things interesting and ensure expectations were subverted, the two parties agreed that not only should the two games be quite different, they should be the opposite of what each respective player base would expect. This meant the Famicom version would be a traditional role-playing game that drew heavy inspiration from wizardry, while the version created for personal computers would have a stronger focus on action. At the same time, the likes of Hudson Soft had also laid down plans for the creation of traditional role-playing games, as had smaller publishers such as Hotbee and Kenko. This meant that the latter part of 1987 became a hotbed for console role-playing games, especially as publishers were desperate to release before Dragon Quest III, which had been scheduled for the first part of 1988. Released in September of 1987, Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei led what became a new wave of console role-playing games. 3 other games then released in October, and Final Fantasy would be planned to release in mid-December, just 2 days before another intriguing role-playing game produced by Sega called Phantasy Star. This meant there was enough
Classic.
opportunity for Final Fantasy to stand out, but by also releasing a little bit later than those other 4 Famicom games, it allowed consumers to not only become more familiar with role-playing games, but also create some kind of benchmark outside of Dragon Quest. In this regard, the development team at Square felt that Final Fantasy was destined to land well with consumers. And as more and more people joined the project, this sentiment only continued to grow. But even though the development team had high hopes, the management team were unsure how much that confidence would translate into actual sales, and it led to many heated discussions about how many copies of Final Fantasy should be ordered for its initial shipment. One of the main sticking points around that shipment number was the performance of Sakaguchi's 2 previous games, Operation Jumpout and Highway Star. Both games were aligned with popular genres and employed advanced technology such as stereoscopic 3D graphics. Square believed this would be appealing and ordered hundreds of thousands of copies for each game, but neither would live up to expectations, and unsold copies that took up space in Square's warehouse would serve as a constant reminder. The other main issue was Square themselves. Due to a combination of poor management and games underperforming upon release, the company's financial position had become precarious. To ensure they did not overextend and make the situation worse, the decision was taken to order 200,000 copies of Final Fantasy. Upon learning this, Sakaguchi was said to have been livid. For many months, he had lived and breathed Final Fantasy, pouring his heart and soul into the game. After all, if this was to be his swan song within the video games industry, he wanted to go out with a bang, selling as many copies as possible. He had recommended that 500,000 copies be ordered, but after learning that Square were only willing to bankroll 200,000, less than half of his recommendation, he would end up taking an incredible course of action. Instead of continuing to argue with his superiors at Square, Sakaguchi took a near-finished version of the game and showed it to rival publishers, one of which was Shueisha, the famed publishing house who, amongst other things, were responsible for the very popular Shonen Jump magazine. After learning what was happening, the management team at Square decided to be pragmatic. Instead of admonishing Sakaguchi for his unethical actions, they instead took the opposite stance, as they believed it served as the ultimate testament for how much passion and belief there was in the product. And although they did not choose to order 500,000 copies, at least not right away, they compromised and committed to ordering 400,000. Development on Final Fantasy would wrap in September of 1987.
Programmed by Nasir.
And that such a complex game was pulled together, despite facing significant adversities along the way, would end up being quite remarkable. Not only was the initial planning
Square
done by
A-Team.
someone who had never worked on a video game before, It was also done with limited guidance, because Sakaguchi and other senior figures such as Shibuya and Nasir were unavailable due to their commitment to working on Highway Star. Because of this, the reality was that full production happened within a period of just 3 months. And even during that time, when new staff members joined the production team, they would need to get up to speed with the project before they would be able to make an active contribution. That such a polished and innovative game was created against this backdrop showed the sheer tenacity, passion, and commitment that existed within the team. And the role that Sakaguchi played towards instilling these values should not be understated. After all, he had been willing to put his entire career and reputation on the line because of just how much he believed in the project. Final Fantasy would end up going to market in Japan on the 18th of December 1987. And not only did Square follow through with making 400,000 copies available during the launch period, they also showed confidence by installing a hefty price tag of 5,900 yen. This would not only make Final Fantasy by far the most expensive price point for a game ever produced by Square in the Famicom era, it was also a significant increase on other leading games, such as Dragon Quest II, which had retailed for 5,500 yen, and the Famicom port of The Legend of Zelda, which had retailed for only 4,900 yen. Critics came out in support of these decisions as they praised the game. Famicom Tsushin awarded Final Fantasy 34 out of 40, granting it a place in their coveted Gold Hall of Fame. To justify this, across the 4 Famitsu reviewers, there was complimentary feedback granted for the game's storytelling and general game design. They also singled out the innovative battle scenes and high-quality graphics. Famitsu also commended Square for even having the audacity to try and challenge Dragon Quest in the manner that they had, especially as it did not come across as a simple clone and even enhanced numerous aspects. Family Computer Magazine, another Japanese publication, surveyed their readers. Across the various elements, this led to Final Fantasy being awarded the respectable score of 59.53 out of 30. Their readers felt the strongest aspects of the game were the characters, the music, and how engaging the design was throughout. However, even though it scored well, they felt the weakest aspect was its originality. These positive elements, when combined with a solid marketing campaign, helped to create a high degree of intrigue in and around the game's launch. And as a result, Final Fantasy managed to sell through its entire initial shipment. That Final Fantasy performed so well was pretty significant for both Square and Sakaguchi, as it vindicated the decisions that had been made by both parties. But it wasn't so much the volume of copies sold that warranted celebration. What was more important was how much money those copies had generated. The reality was that Square didn't struggle to sell games. Instead, they struggled to sell games at a compelling price point. In 1987 alone, Square had managed to release multiple games that would go on to sell more than 400,000 copies, with the likes of Crystal Dragon and even Operation Jumpout achieving this milestone. But where they had continued to struggle was the price point, and the performance of Final Fantasy showed that they had finally found a meaningful property that could justify being sold at a premium. It meant that even though the release of Final Fantasy was not a massive success within the wider context of the Japanese video games industry, for Square it was monumental. After the production had stopped of new copies of Final Fantasy, over 520,000 copies had been sold in Japan. This generated almost 2 billion yen in net revenue, a figure that was over double their previous best performing title. It changed everything, and Square would be quick to adapt. Sakaguchi would also make the decision to stay at the company, and due to the vital role that was played in the creation of Final Fantasy, he would be tasked with spearheading the next phase in the evolution of Square. Over the next few years, Square would pivot from being a company that attempted to shovel out as many games as possible to being one that focused on quality over quantity.
Wow.
And at the forefront of this new approach would be Final Fantasy. But even though Square now had a clear vision for how they could build out the Japanese side of their business, and this vision paid dividends over the next few years, the major question that remained was how well they could transition this vision over to taking advantage of the resurgent North American video game market. By the time Final Fantasy had released in Japan, Square had already released a handful of games in North America, but to do so, they had relied on third-party publishers. It would see Operation Jumpout published by Acclaim as a 3D Battles of World Runner, and Highway Star would be published by Nintendo as Rad Racer. The 3D battles of World Runner would see modest returns, but Rad Racer turned out to be a huge hit in foreign markets. Selling well over 1 million copies, it became a fan favourite, and whenever Nintendo wanted to showcase the power and performance of their system, they often used Rad Racer. Both of these games had been overseen by Sakaguchi, and it meant the next logical subject for localization should have been Final Fantasy, but the sheer scale of the game would end up being a significant stumbling block. Unlike more arcade-centric titles, role-playing games featured huge amounts of dialogue, and this would need to be understood and translated in such a manner that everything would make sense as an extended narrative, as opposed to just the context of a particular menu or a specific scene. With Square choosing to move away from those arcade-centric titles, the knock-on effect was that expansion into North America was put on hold in favour of consolidating their place within the Japanese market. They would create Squaresoft Incorporated as a wholly owned North American subsidiary in 1989, but the focus of this subsidiary was on the profitable localization of smaller projects such as King's Knight, as opposed to bigger, more complex titles such as Final Fantasy. This was something Square found out the hard way, as their own efforts to localize Final Fantasy would fall flat. As a result, Square would end up partnering with Nintendo. Masters of their craft, Nintendo had become adept at acting as a gateway into the North American market for Japanese publishers. Square themselves had benefited from this, as Rad Racer enjoyed more success overseas than it ever did in Japan, but role-playing games were a different quantity. As had been the case in Japan before the release of Dragon Quest, in North America, role-playing games were sophisticated products that were enjoyed by gamers playing on personal computers, not those who owned home consoles. It would be Dragon Quest again that they hoped would be the catalyst. Retitled as Dragon Warrior to avoid infringing with an existing pen and paper role-playing game owned by Simulation Productions, Dragon Quest would launch in North America 3 years after its initial Japanese release. But in an almost identical mirror to what had happened 3 years prior in Japan, Dragon Warrior did not resonate with owners of the Nintendo Entertainment System, and it led to sales being very poor. They were so poor that Nintendo would end up giving copies of the game away for free to subscribers of Nintendo Power magazine, but this initiative did lead to over 500,000 copies ending up in the hands of consumers. The poor performance of Dragon Warrior could have been seen as a bad omen for the localization of other role-playing games, but Nintendo were pleased enough to commit to supporting Square on the localization of Final Fantasy. When Final Fantasy was released in the middle of 1989, North American audiences were much more receptive. Dragon Quest had again paved the way, but unlike in Japan, where it had gained what seemed like an insurmountable domination over the market due to being an unrivaled trailblazer for so long, this was not the case in North America. Clayton Woolnam of Video Games and Computer Entertainment noted that Final Fantasy was role-playing adventure at its best, complementing the job system and extolling that the game design would allow for an exhaustive amount of combinations and challenges to be overcome. Roe Adams III, when writing for Computer Gaming World, was also excited to tell North American audiences about Final Fantasy.
Remember that on the first game you're able to choose different jobs.
To the likes of Ultima 3,
and then later on you can choose,
and provided a thorough
you can swap
breakdown
jobs.
of how the various gameplay mechanics
You're not just stuck to one.
even going so far as to suggest the optimum party of 2 fighters, a white mage, and a black mage. This positive
Two
press,
fighters.
when combined with a more tailored marketing campaign that applied learnings from the unsuccessful launch of Dragon Warrior,
I did a
allowed
fighter
Final
and a
Fantasy
thief.
to find a foothold in North America, and that foothold would end up leading to over 700,000 copies being sold. It was an incredible number, not least
It was
because
nice
it
having the
exceeded
white
number
mage,
of
because the white
copies
mage,
Final
whenever there was
Fantasy
undead
sold in
enemies,
Japan.
would just do a
But
bunch of
beyond
damage
that,
to
an even
undead.
more significant metric was that Final Fantasy had sold around 40% more copies than Dragon Warrior had managed in the same region. And the importance of this would only be further emphasized when considering that Dragon Warrior only managed to find its way into so many homes because copies were literally given away. All things considered, Nintendo and indeed Square could not have hoped for a better North American launch.
Yeah.
And by the end of 1989, Final Fantasy had been established as the preeminent role-playing series on the Nintendo Entertainment System.
The legacy.
As the life cycle of both the Famicom and the Nintendo Entertainment System drew to a close, Final Fantasy proved to be a huge hit. Its combined sales across
I'm only
Japan
watching
and
the
North
first part.
America were approximately
Just because this is Final
1.22
Fantasy
million,
2 and then Final
positioning
Fantasy
it
3.
as one of the best-selling
And
games to
I
be
don't want to watch
released
that
for the
yet.
system. And it was awarded numerous accolades, such as coming ninth within Famitsu's Game of the Year awards and second within their RPG category, only losing out to Dragon Quest III. But beyond just sales of the game, Final Fantasy had created a lasting cultural impact in Japan through the production of supporting content. And this related to not just the creation of merchandise, but also physical events that will be used to celebrate the franchise, and even the production of alternative adventures that could be enjoyed by those who were not fortunate enough to own a home console. In the years that followed, Square explored numerous initiatives, and one of the first coincided with not just the 1-year anniversary of Final Fantasy, but also the release of its predecessor,
Final Fantasy commercial.
Fantasy II.
What?
On the 17th of December 1988, this saw Square open an official Final Fantasy store in Tokyo's bustling Shibuya ward. Inside, fans will be able to purchase a wide range of merchandise.
I
This
think
would
there's a
include
Final
some more
Fantasy store here
traditional items,
now.
such as posters, pencil cases, and
Or I think it's like a
t-shirts,
coffee
or
shop.
just some
I
more
haven't gone
unique
to it.
items,
Yeah.
such as video game soundtracks. Throughout the 1980s, hardware had advanced to the point that composers were able to produce music that had real substance. There were still significant limitations, but these advances saw music become as much a part of the experience as the graphics and the gameplay. Recognizing this shift, an innovative music publisher called Alpha Records decided to take action, but it wouldn't be the first time they would take such a bold risk. In 1978, they published the first album by Yellow Magic Orchestra, famed for its use of real video game sound effects to make music. Fast forward 6 years,
that a
and
game?
Alpha innovated again by releasing a vinyl album that was dedicated to video game music. It was simply called Video Game Music, and it contained a collection of now legendary pieces from the likes of Pac-Man, Xevious, and
Waka waka
Galaga.
waka waka.
Such was its success that the following year they published The Return of Video Game Music,
Metro
and the
Cross
year after that,
Gapless.
the best of video game music. In
Cool.
1986, Alpha would then partner with the likes of Konami,
On
Hudson,
CD.
Tecmo, and Capcom to produce publisher-specific albums. And Nintendo would also take notice, releasing the Super Mario Bros. Original soundtrack on cassette and vinyl. But what made this particular release quite special was that alongside the main overworld theme as it appeared in-game, the album included an orchestral version of the same theme.
That's cool.
Square would also get in on the act, releasing soundtracks for Cruise Chaser Blasty
I wonder if
and
those.
Alpha. And as
I'm sure it's available online somewhere.
other publishers would start to release albums that would
But I
accompany
didn't know
the
they had
release of
orchestral
their individual
versions
properties.
that they released
But
themselves.
even though Final Fantasy featured more music than any other game produced by Square to date, the decision was taken to hold off releasing any kind of album related to Final Fantasy, with Square opting to instead wait until Final Fantasy II had been released. By this point, video game music had become much more popular, and it was not uncommon for there to be well over 10 video game music releases happening every month. And to highlight
Yeah,
just
I love
how
video game
popular
music.
video game music had become, there were 7 other albums.
Some of my favorites
released on the
are
exact
from
same
Mega
day
Man,
that
the
Square
Mega
and
Man X
Polystar
series.
released their Final Fantasy 1 and 2 combined soundtrack. What was known as All Sounds of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 was released on the 21st
Brought to you by
of December
Capcom.
1988, and it was made available for people to purchase on CD and cassette. For almost everyone involved, this would be a landmark album. Not only would it allow players to hear music from the original Final Fantasy in its original 8-bit format without having to play the game, but anyone who purchased the album would also be treated to some unused pieces of music that did not make the final cut. Beyond that, All Sounds of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 would feature a special track. It was called Farewell FF World, and unlike every other track on the album, it was not worked on by Nobuo Uematsu. Instead, it was arranged by a musician called Michiaki Kato, and it would feature modern instrumentation. But the most appealing part of the track was that it would serve as a huge medley, combining pieces from Final Fantasy 1 and 2 into a long, blended experience that was perfect for those who had fallen in love with Uematsu's work over the 2 games. At launch, All Sounds
Final
of
Fantasy
Final
2.
Fantasy 1 and 2 retailed for 2,348 yen, or just under $20 at the time. And after selling over 12,500 copies, it would end up reaching number 67 on the Oricon charts, generating hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue for Square. The success of the album showed Square that there was real appetite within the fanbase for products that would enrich, enhance, and extend enjoyment beyond just the games themselves. and that these additional products could be used to generate huge sums of supplemental revenue. Buoyed by the commercial success of all sounds of Final Fantasy 1 and 2, Uematsu himself started to explore what's possible within the realms of audio, beyond just the production of albums that contained tracks from the games. And one of his main sources of inspiration would be Dragon Quest. Unlike many other video game scores, which were composed by relatively novice composers, the Dragon Quest soundtrack had been composed by a famed Japanese film and television composer called Koichi Sugiyama. Sugiyama had been intrigued by video games and had even written to Enix as a fan. This then opened up discussions about a collaboration, and after working on the soundtrack for a game called Wingman 2, Sugiyama composed the score for Dragon Quest. To say this score was groundbreaking would be an understatement, as beyond just the level of quality, the way that Sugiyama created distinct melodies around 8 central pillars would provide a template for other up-and-coming composers. Those themes would then serve as the backbone for a revolutionary occurrence, as Sugiyama used his experience to collaborate with the Tokyo Strings Ensemble to create one of the first recordings of video game music using a live orchestra. These recordings would be released on the 5th of October 1986 as the Dragon Quest Suite. And the following year, on the 20th of August, that same music would be performed live to sell out crowds at purpose-led video game-related classical concerts. That the music of Dragon Quest had elicited such a strong response amongst consumers was nothing short of mind-blowing for a composer such as Uematsu. But after seeing how well received the music of Final Fantasy had been, he started wondering if it would be possible for his music to receive the same treatment. After numerous investigations, Uematsu decided to reach out to renowned classical composer Katsuhisa Hitori. Hitori had worked on numerous film scores and anime soundtracks, and Uematsu felt he would be more than capable of helping to transition his compositions to a grander scale. In the initial sense, Hitori was not interested, but after Uematsu, by his own admission, begged him to work on the project, Hitori would end up relenting, and he worked with his son Takayuki Hitori on figuring out how they could transition Uematsu's 8-bit score into what would become known as the Symphonic Suite Final Fantasy.
I thought it was ridiculous. Want this 8-bit music to be orchestrated?
1989.
Who would ever want to hear that?
Tokyo Symphony Orchestra performed
me.
7 pieces of music
For the rest of my life.
Katsuhisa and Takayuki Hitori.
What?
They would span across Final Fantasy 1 and 2, with 3 pieces being based on tracks from the original game and 4 relating to tracks from the second game. Many fans were present to enjoy the elaborate renditions of these pieces, but perhaps the person who was most affected was Uematsu himself. As he had created the original compositions, he compared attending the concert to attending his daughter's wedding, where he would play the role of a poor father who was going to marry his daughter away to a rich guy. For those who were unable to attend or wanted to reminisce and listen again, Symphonic Suite Final Fantasy would then be released as a standalone album a few months later on the 25th of July. Alongside using music to increase the enjoyment of Final Fantasy, Square also wanted to support people who enjoyed role-playing but didn't own a Famicom or weren't interested in video games. And they did this through the production of gamebooks. The first book of this ilk released alongside Final Fantasy in December of 1987, and it would see Square partner with an established publisher who were well versed with producing this kind of content. Published as the 39th entry in Kaibunsha's very popular Adventure Hero range, Final Fantasy Legend of the Crystal Succession would be a 235-page adventure gamebook that could be played using pen and paper. It would also allow players to embark on a role-playing adventure that wasn't predetermined, much like the video game, but it wouldn't just be a simple retelling. Instead, Legend of the Crystal Succession would act as a distant prequel, focusing on the story of a boy and girl who were in search of the Water Crystal. 4 months later, a second book was published called Final Fantasy Heroes of the Light. But instead of being released by Kaibunsha, it was published by a rival company called Futabasha. Heroes of the Light became part of Futabasha's own ever-expanding adventure gamebook series, featuring as part of their 1988 lineup that included books about Ys, Space Harrier, and Wizardry. Its format was very similar to Legend of the Crystal Succession, but the premise of the narrative would act as an alternative retelling. This would see the Heroes of Light focus on 4 new Warriors of Light who were called Toy, Rom, Marek, and Gia. They had each been blessed by a priestess adopting classic jobs like warrior, thief, and red mage so that they could fight back against the evil forces of chaos. This book would again share its core mythology with the Final Fantasy video game, but everything else would be independent, even the world map. Alongside these two books, Square also started to produce supporting literary works that were much grander in scope, and one of the most intriguing was the Final Fantasy Monster Manual. Featuring a name that was a clear reference back to Dungeons & Dragons, the Monster Manual would take a much closer look at the awe-inspiring artwork that Yoshitaka Amano had created in support of the game. And alongside general concept art based around the protagonists and the wider lore, this would see a significant amount of focus placed on their enemies. For many years after, Square used supplemental content such as merchandise, books, and even original video animation to expand the Final Fantasy brand, as they wanted to focus on producing fresh and innovative games as opposed to revisiting older properties. There would be the occasional port to make sure older games could be enjoyed by those who had purchased newer platforms, but seldom would these ports make any significant changes to the core experience. But that all changed at the turn of the millennium. Square was facing considerable financial pressure due to how many resources had been committed to producing Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. It saw them explore new avenues for revenue, and with the handheld scene continuing to prosper, there was a growing desire amongst consumers to experience home console games on the go. The only challenge was that Square could not produce games for the Game Boy Advance, having burnt that bridge when they decided to develop Final Fantasy VII for the PlayStation.
No.
As a result, Square decided to align with Bandai. Bandai had been producing home consoles for quite some time, but they had struggled to make the same kind of impact as Nintendo or Sega. To address this, they partnered with Koto, a company founded by the legendary Nintendo inventor Gunpei Yokoi. Their hope was that Koto would help them to come up with a viable competitor to the Game Boy, and what they came up with became known as the Wonder Swan. The Wonder Swan did well enough upon launch, but there were clear deficiencies. This saw Bandai work on a quick follow-up, the Wonder Swan Color, and to ensure it hit the ground running, they partnered with a suite of publishers to create a strong launch lineup. One of those publishers was Square, who committed to producing a new rendition of the original Final Fantasy. This new version of Final Fantasy will be remade from the ground up so as to appeal to both old fans and new fans alike. And to make sure the game delivered on those objectives, even though development was conducted by an entirely new team, they were overseen by Akitoshi Kawazu, Koichi Ishii, and Nobuo Uematsu, with Hironobu Sakaguchi serving as one of the executive producers. By doing this, even though the visuals, game design, and music would be modernized, any changes that were made will be in keeping with the original vision. The WonderSwan Color remake of Final Fantasy would end up featuring brand new 16-bit graphics with an expanded color palette, and new sprites were drawn for not just the jobs, but also the various NPCs. New cutscenes were also created that helped to flesh out the story in a way that was not possible on the Famicom due to limited space, and the soundtrack was rearranged, with Uematsu even composing some brand new tracks. These changes helped to make this version of Final Fantasy much more in line with how Final Fantasy had been represented during the 16-bit era. When it launched on the 9th of December in the year 2000,
I wonder why I made the joke of you can't go in the into the well.
50% of those who purchased a WonderSwan Color during its launch
I'm
month
wondering if in what game before this you were able to go into a well.
And due to its quality, this version of the game would become a reference point for almost every future re-release of the original game. Those re-releases would come thick and fast. An enhanced version of the WonderSwan Color remake was released on the PlayStation less than 2 years after, which even included FMVs. But the next major enhancement would come as part of the Dawn of Souls compilation. Having managed to strike a deal with Nintendo, Square were once again allowed to produce video games for their consoles. And after fulfilling their obligation to produce original properties first, such as Crystal Chronicles and Tactics Advance, Square got straight to work on pumping out ports of their older games. The first of these would be Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Advance, which was renamed to Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls for its Western release. Production would be overseen by Takashi Tokita, who had worked on the original game, and Kosuke Miyamoto, who had worked on the PlayStation port. They would work with a small contingent of employees from Square to provide direction to Toze, their outsourcing partner. There would again be numerous tweaks made to audio and visual presentation, as well as gameplay, but perhaps the most noticeable part of the Dawn of Souls version would be the Soul of Chaos. This will be offered as the collective name for a group of 4 bonus dungeons that could be found throughout the map, each related to one of the 4 elements, and they will become available to the player once the relevant Chaos Fiend had been defeated. Designed to test players, these dungeons will be much longer than the traditional set, and would feature a new suite of enemies pulled in from the wider franchise, such as Shinryu, Omega, and Gilgamesh. Upon release, Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Advance would end up selling 140,000 copies in its first week on sale in Japan, with almost 300,000 copies sold across its lifetime in that region. For a few years, Dawn of Souls will be considered the definitive version of the original Final Fantasy, but for the 20th anniversary, Square Enix decided to pull out all the stops. By this point in time, the PlayStation Portable had delivered significant returns around the world, and Square Enix wanted to take advantage of its power. This meant heavy emphasis would be placed on visuals, and it would see Tetsuya Nomura and Koichi Ishii assigned to supervise a team of artists who were responsible for delivering a significant overhaul of the game's graphics. Yoshitaka Amano would even be commissioned to produce a brand new logo. These elements helped to make the 20th anniversary edition of Final Fantasy feel fresh, and they were complemented by
I wonder if I should play the Pixel remasters.
The Labyrinth of Time. This was introduced as a stern test for players who had already beaten and mastered the Soul of Chaos. It would feature 4 distinct floors, each of which contained a puzzle that needed to be solved within a specific period of time. At its conclusion, players would then face off against Chronodia, a devilish superboss that would have its strength determined by how many blue and red seals the player had obtained throughout the course of the dungeon. Sales would not end up being as strong as Dawn of Souls, with only 140,000 copies shipped throughout its lifetime in Japan, but it would end up as a PlayStation essential, denoting that over 400,000 copies have been sold worldwide.
Wait, which one is this one?
It's called Heavy Emphasis would be held, and Square Enix in time, Square Enix decided to pull out all the stops. By this point in time, the PlayStation Portable had delivered significant returns around the world.
Oh, it is the PSP version.
Square Enix wanted to take advantage of its power. This meant heavy emphasis would be placed on visuals, and it would see Tetsuya Nomura and Koichi Ishii assigned to supervise a team of artists who were responsible for delivering a significant overhaul of the game's graphics. Yoshitaka Amano would even be commissioned to produce a brand new logo. These elements helped to make the 20th anniversary edition of Final Fantasy feel fresh, and they were complemented by another new dungeon that was called the Labyrinth of Time. This was introduced as a stern test for players who had already beaten and mastered the Soul of Chaos. It would feature 4 distinct floors, each of which contained a puzzle that needed to be solved.
Wait, so is this the same one that's also in the Game Boy Advance version?
At its conclusion, players would then face off against Chronodia, a devilish superboss that would have its strength determined by how many blue and red seals the player had obtained throughout the course of the dungeon. Sales would not end up being as strong as Dawn of Souls, with only 140,000 copies shipped throughout its lifetime in Japan, but it would end up as a PlayStation essential, denoting that over 400,000 copies have been sold worldwide. Following the release of the 20th anniversary edition, Square Enix would continue to port this version to other platforms, including mobile devices and the Nintendo eShop, where stereoscopic 3D graphics were added. Due to how well the 20th anniversary edition performed, it wouldn't be another 14 years until the game would see a meaningful re-release, and this was produced for a very specific reason. Over the years, Square Enix had treated each of the 8-bit and 16-bit Final Fantasy games as isolated entries. By taking this approach, even though the original games were quite consistent with how they looked and played across the Famicom and Super Famicom, on modern systems, huge disparities have been created. The Pixel Remaster series was meant to address this, taking each individual game back to its roots, but layering over consistent audio and visual presentation elements. To oversee this, Square Enix assigned Yoshinori Kitase, Kazuko Shibuya, and Noboru Uematsu, with Shibuya even going back to fulfill the same role she did on the original game by serving as lead pixel artist.
Cool.
There would still be numerous quality of life adjustments made to gameplay, but one of the most crucial elements was that this version of Final Fantasy would be a modern version of the original game, as opposed to being a port of either the Dawn of Souls or the 20th anniversary edition. And for that reason, quite a few of the new cutscenes would be removed alongside all of the bonus dungeons and bosses. Despite having the focus being around ease of access and consistency of experience, Square Enix chose to only release the Pixel remasters on Steam and mobile devices. It would take a further 2 years for them to be released on home consoles. Alongside the various re-releases of the original Final Fantasy, Square Enix decided to go against the original mantra of only having supplemental experiences produced in a non-video game format. It would see new video games produced that would serve as extensions of the story seen within Final Fantasy, meant to enrich.
I think it was Final Fantasy 3, but I liked what they added in Final Fantasy 3 because it continued the story further.
Dissidia Final Fantasy. In its initial stages, Dissidia was intended to be a fighting game focused around Kingdom Hearts. However, after progressing through initial planning, the team felt it would not be in keeping to have Disney characters fighting against one another. It would make sense, however, for Final Fantasy characters. The premise would therefore be to create a game where prominent Final Fantasy protagonists and antagonists from across the franchise would come together and fight against each other. But to ensure this made sense from a narrative perspective, the team went all the way back to the original Final Fantasy. Kind of. When Dawn of Souls was released, it included a small reference to a brand new character called Cid of the Lufane. This retcon was made to ensure every mainline entry into the franchise adhered to the trope of there always being a character called Cid. And due to Cid of the Lufane not actually appearing in the game, as he was instead mentioned by an NPC, it provided a unique opportunity for expansion. When conceptualizing the story for Dissidia, the scenario team thought it would be interesting to take the story of Cid further, and this decision would lead to the creation of a brand new universe and a new iteration of Chaos. Dissidia would also introduce a wholly original version of the Warrior of Light. As the Warrior of Light was more of a broad concept within the original game as opposed to a specific defined character, this presented a small problem for the development team as to who the protagonist should be from the original game. To work around this, the development team decided to create a brand new character who will be based on Yoshitaka Amano's original concept art for the Knight class. The Warrior of Light, as created for Dissidia, would then appear in another property that would have an unorthodox connection to the original Final Fantasy. This property would be called Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, and it would serve as an alternative universe prequel where players would take on the role of Garland, the main antagonist from the original game.
What?
Beyond these two properties, others would also exist with a connection to Final Fantasy. Mobius, for example, would feature many of the same characters and plot concepts, albeit with a modern twist. It would see the Warrior of Light, affectionately named Wall, and a quest to defeat Chaos. But that would only be the start of that particular journey. Final Fantasy The Four Heroes of Light would also reuse many of the same concepts, and that so many games have been able to expand and elaborate on the story in such a manner is a testament to the work done by Sakaguchi, Terada, and the rest of the team all those years ago, in spite of the restrictions they faced. It goes without saying that Final Fantasy is and was a special game. Arriving in 1987 as a challenger to the established Dragon Quest franchise, its success would not only convince Sakaguchi to stay within the video games industry, it would change the fate of the entire company and the lives of the many people who worked there. Square would go on to become one of the biggest video game companies in the world, and Final Fantasy would end up becoming the preeminent role-playing franchise. And the likes of Sakaguchi, Uematsu, and Amano would go on to become household names in Japan, recognized for their incredible contributions. But none of that would have been possible without a bullish dream that epitomized what Final Fantasy would grow to become, a franchise that challenged the status quo through innovation, dedication, and commitment, and daring to do what others could not or would not. Between 1986 and 1987, Square had established themselves as an up-and-coming video game publisher and developer in Japan. Much of their success had come from developing games for personal computers. But after reinvesting a significant portion of their earnings back into the company, Square were confident that their successes could be replicated on the Famicom and its popular peripheral, the Famicom Disk System. What followed could not have been predicted. Pushing too far outside of their comfort zone,
Yeah, that's Final Fantasy
Square
2.
became trapped. Terada would find it
I don't want to watch this because I haven't played 2
video game
yet.
developers in Japan.
Comments. 3.5 hours about old Final Fantasy games. I'm all in. I returned 21 in 1991, and a friend gave me the first Final Fantasy and Nobunaga's Ambition, and fell in love with both. 30 years later, and I'm still buying the latest installments. Nice. Removing the save point between Crystal Tower and World of Darkness out of spite is such a crazy move. It's probably the inspiration for save points in the dungeon in Final Fantasy IV. What a way to make a Monday so much better. But it's Saturday. A friend of mine is gifted with a calendar containing Amano's artwork every year since he went to high school with his daughter, and she simply doesn't understand why that's such a big deal to me and my friends. Chaos used some of my Wonder Bread and threw away the twist tie. I recently went to Disney Distant Worlds music from Final Fantasy, performed by the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra for the 35th anniversary of Final Fantasy. I can't explain how unexpectedly moving that experience was. It hit me like a truck. I hadn't realized how significant the series had been for my entire 38 years of life. I knew every song, and they played numerous from each game, mainline and otherwise. From my first childhood RPG, to some of my fondest memories gaming in my formative years, and even into present adulthood. Every title is a marker and milestone in my memory. It was the greatest concert of my life. Tomorrow I'm taking my girlfriend on a date to buy boba drinks or a flying pig mount. Final Fantasy simply permeates my existence. Life is hard, but it's made mine so much more tolerable. It continues to, and that's a really special thing. It's almost unbelievable that Nobu ever struggled to make ends meet as a musician. My brain doesn't even comprehend how that is possible. Real. Because just think, like, I wasn't even born when this was occurring. Because how old would he be now? Like 60, probably? Oh, he's 66. Okay. Give me 5 years of Final Fantasy info. My Tuesday morning is now going to be the best one ever. Thank you. That's enough comments. Is it? No. I didn't want to watch this one, but that video was pretty long.
By 1987, the Japanese video game industry had entered a new age, where players were able to experience high-quality titles in the comfort of their own homes. Description of the setting. Darkness has
Structure analysis, combat difficulty, design aesthetics,
chaos as the
climax, personal
wind
thoughts,
fades,
remaking
and the
Final
very earth
Fantasy.
itself begins to rot. But there is still hope, in the form of a prophecy, that 4 champions, 4 warriors of light, will appear to liberate the world from the
I probably could
darkness
just watch this one.
threatening to engulf it. It's
Really? I don't know.
a simple premise, likely due to the technical limitations of the Famicom, allowing for only minimal but direct exposition and dialogue through text, but perhaps it is enough. This premise can also be of this temporal disturbance lies where the 4 elemental powers have been gathering, as the player was able to see from the flying fortress.
So the
Chaos
retrospective
Shrine,
covers the
where
game.
they
Okay.
defeated Garland at how the sages knew about
Maybe I
it
should have watched this
despite
video
being
because it went over the game.
It is
Instead, I
surprisingly
watched the
consistent,
comprehensive
if
of
constantly delivered. Despite being
Squaresoft,
referred to
Square
as a
Enix.
time loop, a more accurate term for the scenario here was myth. It was through his mother's influence and encouragement that Sakaguchi would pursue artistic
Sakaguchi.
Born on November 25th, 1962, Hironobu Sakaguchi would grow up in the coastal city of Hitachi in the Ibaraki prefecture of Japan's Kanto region. His father had relocated his family here in the midst of a career change during a time of economic prosperity, as the city was a major industrial center, the borders of which had recently expanded and annexed several neighboring villages. Despite often going to the cinema together, usually to see the same kung fu movie over and over, To the point where everything about it save the title was imprinted in his mind for decades to come, Hironobu Sakaguchi wasn't particularly close with his father, but his relationship with his mother, Aki Sakaguchi, was not only strong but highly formative for the young boy. Aki Sakaguchi was a bookworm who filled the family home with tomes of all kinds from all over the world, with one of the most prominent collections in her son's memory being a 20-volume set about butterflies written by a British wordsmith. It was through his mother's influence and encouragement that Sakaguchi would pursue artistic endeavors, such as taking piano lessons starting at age 5, and filling a display case in his bedroom with rare and precious stones he would find and trade with a local geologist. His passions evolved as he entered high school, where he would form a band he called Bicho, or Beautiful Butterfly. He was a vocalist, as well as the pianist and guitarist. It was also during these formative years that Sakaguchi would frequently skip school to play pachinko and use the money he won from doing so to go to the cinema, where he would see films like Star Wars. He would also spend the money to build his own library of fantasy books and manga, such as the Elric Saga and Gwyn Saga. But through it all, Sakaguchi focused most on his music throughout high school, with his ultimate goal being to become a professional musician. Unfortunately, once he had finished high school, he began to lose direction. Acquaintances and bandmates had moved on to receive a college education, which was just out of reach for the recently graduated Sakaguchi. All of his time spent playing pachinko, going to the cinema, and practicing and writing music in preparation for numerous festivals instead of attending classes had effectively left him unprepared for higher learning, which would have provided him more opportunities for employment as he entered adulthood. For a full year, Sakaguchi would embroil himself in personal studies at the library, rather than attend a preparatory school, finding himself much more comfortable in an environment with fewer people around. At the end of this year of study, he would be accepted to Yokohama National University, where he would major in electrical engineering. He would also continue to play music for a time, but after his first 2 years at the university, he would become discouraged by his own lack of further improvement as a musician, and he would ultimately give up this pursuit. It was around this time that Sakaguchi would become better acquainted with one of his classmates, Hiromichi Tanaka. The two were both standouts and loners among a sea of conformity and academic security. Sakaguchi's living space at the time didn't have a bathroom, but Tanaka, who lived close by, did, which led to Sakaguchi spending a fair amount of time at Tanaka's residence out of necessity. It was during one of these trips to Tanaka's washroom that Sakaguchi noticed that his classmate had acquired an Apple II personal computer. Tanaka would allow Sakaguchi to play around with some software, such as the spreadsheet program VisiCalc, as well as American-made role-playing titles, such as Origin Systems Ultima and Surtex Wizardry. By this point, Sakaguchi had been no stranger to video games. He was already well acquainted with Pong, and had played his fair share of Space Invaders during his days of playing hooky in high school. But what was presented to him on his classmate's Apple II was something new and altogether different from the simple and repetitive experiences that were played for pocket change down at the local coffee shop or pachinko parlor. These were expansive worlds with full stories and choices for players to make regarding how they will engage with it. His enthusiasm for RPGs would set him on a new course. Shortly after, Sakaguchi would buy the parts to build his own knockoff Apple II from the myriad junk shops and electronics parts stores of Tokyo's Akihabara district, as well as pirated software from seedier corners of the area. He would play these games and examine other software closely, parsing how they worked in an effort to teach himself how to write his own programs using languages such as C and Pascal. But this was when another problem presented itself. He would need to find a part-time job in order to purchase more software, while still maintaining his presence at the university, where he was now beginning to take classes in computer sciences and programming. He wanted to find work developing software, specifically computer games, but he also knew that his still rudimentary grasp of programming would not be especially desirable to any of the notable game companies, like Konami or Namco. It was through an advertisement in a magazine in 1983 that Sakaguchi would learn about a software division of the electric power company Denyu Shaw. They were just starting out, and were seeking new talent to hire part-time. After a brief, informal interview with Hisashi Suzuki, Hironobu Sakaguchi would officially join the team that founder Masafumi Miyamoto had dubbed Square, with Hiromichi Tanaka shortly following.
Square.
In 1983, it was still mostly standard for video games in Japan to be developed by a single
And this was kind of covered in the
All of the
other
visuals,
video.
programming,
I kind of want to
scripting,
watch this
and
entire
sound
thing though,
effects
but
would be handled by one individual.
it's okay.
The act of remaking an old game for newer hardware was nothing new by the start of the new
What
millennium.
hell's this video?
Nintendo had remade their 8-bit Super Mario Bros. Games
Do,
for the
do, do, do,
16-bit
do.
Super NES for Super Mario All-Stars in 1993.
Yeah.
Capcom did the same for the first 3 Mega Man games for the Sega Mega Drive for 1994's The Wily Wars. Even Enix
The Wily
remade
Wars.
some of the early Dragon Quest games for the SNES and Game Boy Color throughout the 90s. Square would ultimately do the same for the original Final Fantasy, although it wouldn't be until the year 2000 that the first of several remakes of the game would surface on Bandai's WonderSwan Color, exclusively in Japan. Due to the relatively high number of remakes, remasters, re-releases, and ports of the first Final Fantasy, I'm only going to be talking about a few key versions, each of which brought something new or significant to the original experience. First is the PlayStation version, released alongside the second game in the series as Final Fantasy Origins in 2003 in North America. This version is based on the WonderSwan version, featuring the same 16-bit graphics at a higher resolution, with a new version of the soundtrack by Nobuo Uematsu. The Origins version is a surprisingly faithful remake of the original. Mechanically, it's virtually identical to what was released in 1987, bugs and all, but with a few optional quality of life improvements. There's an easy mode, which decreases shop prices, increases the rate at which the party levels up, and weighs stat increases on higher rolls. There are also options that allow for automatic retargeting, cursor memory, the ability to use life spells and gold needles in battle, and dashing in towns and dungeons. These make the experience more comfortable and less demanding of the player, despite the game's difficulty.
Oh, you couldn't use them in battle?
Changed. It's the presentation which has seen the most significant overhaul. The 16-bit visuals pulled from the WonderSwan Color are vibrant and beautiful, especially at the higher resolution of the PlayStation. Nobuo Uematsu contributed a new track or two for boss battles, and perhaps most significantly, a new full-motion video sequence was added to the beginning of the game. But the iconic white mountains have been replaced with generic, earthy tones, removing along with them Koichi Ishii's implication of the mountains being speckled with crystal shards. And the Flying Fortress, once the culmination of a plot twist regarding just how advanced the Lufanians were before the coming of Tiamat, and one of the most significant points of implication in the original, has been redesigned to conform to more generic fantasy aesthetics, despite the continued presence of robots and mechanical enemies, such as the War Mech, throughout the dungeon. Unfortunately, this revisionist take on the most interesting aspect of Final Fantasy's setting would never be undone. The Origins release of Final Fantasy I would serve as the basis for the following year's Game Boy Advance port of the first 2 games, collectively titled Dawn of Souls, which itself would serve as the basis for the 2007 PlayStation Portable remake released for the game's
Origins, Dawn of Souls, 20th anniversary.
The GBA version were carried over. The spell charge system was replaced with the more traditional MP system. The party's level cap was increased from 50 to 99. Enemies were rebalanced to accommodate these changes, and the 4 bonus dungeons, along with a 5th one for this anniversary release, are all present here along with a slew of bug fixes. For some time, the PSP version has been seen by many fans as the best version of the game. It has the best visuals, the most content, the fewest bugs, and was, until recently, the most modern and accessible version of the game. I was reticent about the changes made by Dawn of Souls when I was doing research. I imagined the MP system and the addition of ethers, high potions, elixirs, and the like would throw the difficulty very much into the favor of the player, but to my surprise, the game-wide rebalance accommodates these changes and additions surprisingly well. While the difficulty that came from past versions of Final Fantasy I came from careful resource management, knowing when to use a few potions when you're 3 floors deep into a dungeon, or when to use that high-level spell to clear out a
That's one thing I did like.
The enhanced and expanded version
Their stance to it changed based on if you were having them do a spell, they would do this.
During battle. Knowing to cast
They'd be channeling their spell.
Which was added in from later entries, and learning a boss's attack patterns across multiple attempts, which is made easy thanks to the ability to save anywhere and everywhere, even in dungeons, right in front of a boss with no penalty or restrictions. The Thief got an upgrade in this version as well. They're now able to deal a considerable amount more damage than they could before. I honestly have trouble deciding whether I preferred having the Thief or Monk in my party for this version, after completing playthroughs with each of them. The PSP version is definitely easier than past versions for the most part. If nothing else, it is incredibly forgiving. But there are 2 aspects that are much more difficult, the bonus dungeons, and the final battle with Chaos. Chaos in the Origins remake was still mostly the same, albeit with his pool of HP being doubled from 2,000 to 4,000. But in the PSP version, not only has his HP been...
He had way more than 2,000 health.
but he also carries over a new rotation of powerful attacks from the Dawn of Souls version. He even has the ability to cast Curaja on himself to restore up to half of his maximum HP as part of that rotation. It's a massive difficulty spike coming off of previous versions, but I'll have more to say about the difficulty of Chaos in later versions of the game when we talk about the next version of Final Fantasy. But before that, it's worth briefly discussing the bonus dungeons. After defeating each of the 4 fiends, a new optional dungeon will open up on the world map that contains new challenges, refreshing loot, and bosses from Final Fantasies 3, 4, 5, and 6, complete with remixes of the boss themes from their respective games.
That's cool.
4 dungeons carried over from Dawn of Souls have their floors sequenced randomly every time the player delves into them. The rewards for clearing them are powerful and definitely worth the effort, especially if one wishes to have a fighting chance against the super boss lingering in the depths of the bonus dungeon added for this version, the Labyrinth of Time, with the last floor housing the super boss Chronodia, the Master of Time, whose form and difficulty changes based on how efficient the player was at solving the dungeon's puzzles. Previous versions of Final Fantasy never did much with the idea of time travel beyond the end of the main plot and Garland's plan, and while this doesn't necessarily expand the concept in a way that is more conducive to the main narrative, the implication that the 4 fiends were absorbed into Chronodia upon being defeated is interesting. Perhaps it can be intuited that the reason so many bosses from later games in the series are present in the other new dungeons is due to Chronodia's influence, but that's neither here nor there. All of this additional content is here to celebrate the franchise's long history, and while it runs the gamut from boring to tedious to frustrating, their optional status means that they don't have to be experienced to play the game. The PSP version of Final Fantasy would be considered by fans to be the definitive version of the original game for 14 years, and it would be ported to a handful of other platforms in that time. The Nintendo 3DS got a port in Japan, and internationally it would be released on iOS, Windows Phone, and Android, though the latter version would exclude the bonus dungeons, and both it and the iOS versions would have compatibility issues in later years, rendering them unplayable despite being readily available for purchase. But in 2021, this version would be supplanted and delisted from the 2 largest mobile marketplaces with the release of the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, which also made its way to Windows via Steam. The Pixel Remaster splits the difference between the classic and anniversary editions of the game, bringing back the original spell charge system while also leaving in items such as ethers and high potions, bug and balance fixes, as well as a raised level cap. It also introduces an auto battle mechanic, which will continue to execute the last commands given to your party at an expedited speed until the battle has concluded. This is a surprisingly faithful way to experience the original game, with the difficulty being ironed out to be just a bit more palatable to newcomers,
a lot
without
better to play. Being able to speed up the
this does unfortunately come
the
at
battling.
the cost of the bonus dungeons from the anniversary edition no longer being present, but I personally don't mind all too much. They were a bit tedious and felt like more of a novelty than anything, and aren't an essential part of the Final Fantasy I experience. In what had seemingly become tradition for new versions of Final Fantasy I is a changed-up final battle with Chaos. I was admittedly a bit over-leveled when I confronted him during my playthrough of the Pixel Remaster, but his tactics have been changed once again, now sporting set chances to use various attacks and spells, rather than having a set rotation. Some fans have commented that he has become even more difficult with this version of the game, and I can understand why some may think that, and it has played into a fan theory that each successive remaster and remake of Final Fantasy is another cycle of the time loop Garland has created, with Chaos's power growing more and more each time. I don't know if this was the intention, but it's an interesting
That would be interesting.
like to think is true.
So in the next remake, he's going to be even stronger.
Which version a new player should play.
So in the remaster, he's going to be stronger.
It's not terribly long nor difficult. It can run on basically any PC or modern smartphone, and it's fairly faithful to the original outside of the continued use of the Magic Castle aesthetic of the Flying Fortress. But we wouldn't be talking about these remakes if it weren't for the success of the original.
I never even used that spell, the evasion one. Because I think evasion's just to dodge physical attacks, which he never did physical attacks.
On December 18th, 1987, Hironobu Sakaguchi stopped at a toy store in Tokyo on his way to work. At the time, there were no dedicated video game retailers, so toy stores were the only places where he was likely to see his games on the shelf.
I'll finish watching
All
this.
the way at the back of the shop stood a glass case which displayed 4 of the hottest new video games. Among them was Sakaguchi's own Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
It was at that moment, as he saw Yoshitaka Amano's artwork on the small white box, that any doubts that he had about the game's success would fade away. Seeing it on display like this, he knew that it was going to be a hit. Despite publicity only coming from Famitsu, which gave the game an overall score of 34 out of 40, Final Fantasy would be the 4th highest selling game in Japan during its first week on the market, and it would remain on the list of top 30 bestsellers well into February of 1988. It would sell through its entire production run of 400,000 units, and would go on to sell even more for a total of 520,000 units, resulting in over 3 billion yen, or $21 million in revenue,
Nice.
which Square's vice
I wonder if it
president,
would have sold
Masashi
more if they had
felt wasn't
the
too
cartridges
bad,
available.
but could have been better. Thankfully, the modest success of Final Fantasy would ensure the company's survival, at least for the time being. Sakaguchi wouldn't see the exact figures, but he knew that the company was now in better shape than it was a year prior. As a result, he would not return to university, in favor of staying with Square to continue on the path of video game development. Final Fantasy would see numerous ports, remasters, and remakes in the ensuing decades, from the Japanese MSX2 home computer in 1989 all the way to the Pixel remaster for mobile phones and Windows in 2021. This would also include a localization of the game for the North American market published by Nintendo in 1990, where it would sell over 700,000 units in the region, but that's a story for another time. Unfortunately, despite this early success, Final Fantasy would ultimately be one of the lowest selling games of the franchise, even when all of its subsequent versions are considered. Modern players find the game to be shallow and somewhat tedious, with the basic story and lack of any real character to be something of a detriment. Every new version of the game would seek to make it more palatable to new players on a gameplay level, and I believe they succeeded in doing so, but they keep the narrative and the way it's conveyed the same between versions. I commend Square for preserving this aspect of such a classic title, especially the ending text crawl, which thanks the player for restoring light to the world, despite such praise seeming cheesy by today's standards.
You are the bringer of light.
I see it as more of a representation of the continued thanks being given for saving Square all those years ago. Instead of using remakes to expand on the story and its characters, Square Enix would do so through spin-offs, particularly the Dissidia series of 3D fighting games, which feature heroes and villains from every mainline entry in the franchise, with Final Fantasy I being represented by the Warrior
Is that a mobile game?
from Yoshitaka Amano's concept art, as well as Garland and Chaos. The Warrior of Light is given additional background in this sub-series, and the world in which the original game takes place is given the official name of World A, but it must be noted that none of the creative team for the original Final Fantasy had any involvement in Dissidia, and that the revelations therein should be treated as separate from the original intentions of Hironobu Sakaguchi and Kenji Terada when writing the Famicom original. There is also the upcoming Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin, which sees a group of supposed Warriors of Light being pulled into a darker version of the world of the original game to fight and defeat Chaos, but who doubt their roles in the proceedings. What's most intriguing is the name of the lead protagonist, a man named Jack Garland. Direct spin-offs aside, the legacy of Final Fantasy is most evident in the enduring franchise that has come in its wake. For nearly 35 years, Final Fantasy has persisted with sequels, spin-offs, reimaginings, and experimentation within the realms of its genre, all the while marching alongside the continued expansion and technological evolution of the medium and industry at large. Final Fantasy has become a titan of video games, from the stories it's told and continues to tell, to the astonishing technical prowess on display every generation. Final Fantasy and Square.
That was always. I remember watching that trailer when they were driving the car. I always thought that was a trip.
As well as one of the largest third-party developers and publishers in the industry. The Famicom original started this trend with what was an ambitious story for the time, reflecting the doubt and desperation of its creator. And while it's almost laughably quaint by today's standards, I don't think you'll find very many people who would outwardly disrespect Final Fantasy I for what it is or what it represents. There is a special
I love this game.
It
was great.
One which sees millions appreciate it from a distance, an acknowledgement that it is one of the many significant entries in the canon of video game history, that has brought us to where we are today.
Yeah, the Pixel remaster, it holds up. I'm glad I played this version.
With the success of Final Fantasy,
I thought about playing the
Hironobu
PSP
Sakaguchi
one
would rest
or the Game Boy
easy,
Advance one,
knowing
but
that he had cemented
it
his
was nice
place
playing
in
this one.
game development. For years, he had yearned to develop a role-playing game like those that had inspired him to pursue this career path, and thanks to the success of Dragon Quest, he had finally gotten the opportunity to do so. He had bet the farm, and won. But with the success of Final Fantasy came the question, what was next? Sakaguchi had successfully argued for Square to double their cartridge order of the game in order to financially justify a sequel, and with the game selling well, it became evident that he would have to make good on that promise. But with Final Fantasy's story wrapped so tightly by its conclusion, how could they possibly follow up on it in a way that felt organic? The solution would be a radical one. They would scrap everything in favor of something completely different.
Cool. Every game explained. Yeah. The complete history of Final Fantasy long form. The complete history of Square. It's kind of what I wanted to watch. But not today, though.
Resided in the Kansai region. Scalable. People who were multi-talented were able to see a public release as development of Amtrak.
I'll watch it later. So the last thing I'm going to be watching will be Project Shadowglass. I'm not sure what this is. It just showed up on my page. New Game Plus showcase. Well-bladed classic immersive FPS stealth sims such as Thief, Deus Ex, and System Shock, built with unique 3D pixel art technology.
In a world where pixels were once only 2D,
Oh no.
now they're 3D.
Oh, I'm just
Now they're
I'm Dominic
3D.
Dunn, the dev behind
Hi,
Project
Dominic.
Shadowglass, a 3D pixelated RPG that's a love letter to classic immersive sims like Thief and System Shock. This video is a series of prototype rooms that I've been working on some of the core systems in. No art, no assets will be generated by AI. This is all human-made, hand-placed, made by me and artists like me because we love what we do. If you have headphones, I would highly suggest wearing them. All the audio.
Yeah, I
in Project
really
Shadowglass is
noticed
going to
the
be
audio.
3D, and not
I was
just
taking out my
3D,
headphone because I'm like,
pixelated.
is
The
someone
music
behind me?
emanating from this orb is going into the left ear and the right ear, but as I change the size of the space, you can hear the character of the sounds change. And if we go around the wall, we can still hear it coming from the opening in each ear. I actually launched the Shadowglass Discord today, so if you have any ideas or suggestions or just want to
Join that Discord.
feel free to wishlist Project Shadowglass on Steam. I hope you enjoyed this sneak peek on how things are coming along. Thank you so much, all the crew at New Game Plus, for having me. Be well, my friends.
It's interesting to watch. Classic Thief vibes, immaculate audio simulation is mad impressive. Audio simulation has become a lost art in games nowadays. You and the devs, like, you literally have the future of gaming in your hands. The thing is, people do bash on AI, but it'll make it so one person would be able to make a game. With AI assistance. Because the AI isn't making the game, a person's still making it. It's just removing a lot of boundaries that one person would be able to do, and without it, it could take him 100 years. Or it would take him 100 years, but yeah. But, did they announce the 6000 series? The thing is, after the 6000 series, like, what more are we going to want in GPUs? Like, what else is there to do with them? Now using real frames. Oop. Ba-na. Okay, I'm done watching stuff. Oh, this is cool. It's an expanding screen. You press a button and the screen will get bigger. Okay, no more YouTube. Put this in the background. Why? Because I like this. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed my playthrough of Final Fantasy 1. I might come back later today and play Celeste. Man, Celeste is not easy. Especially because I'm going to be playing pretty much the hardest part of the game. So, yeah. If not, there's still Wakes the Deep. Oh man, there's so many games to play. So many games. And that's before I even start going on my retro arc, which I'm preparing for soon. Which is why I played this game. Honestly, I think this game, and seeing it being released, because I heard it was being released on Game Pass, is really what made me want to go back and play that. That, plus I've watched a couple people playing the original Donkey Kong Country, and I kind of want to go back and play those. The only thing is, like, it'll be different for me playing it, because I don't know, I beat the game so many times that it won't take me very long to beat the game. I wonder if I can beat it without dying. No. Maybe. No. The game gets a lot harder. And that is one thing I liked about the game. Like, you're like, oh, I'm pretty good at this game. And then you get further and further into the levels, it gets a lot harder. And I don't recall if the second and third ones are harder than the first, but yeah. But the original Donkey Kong trilogy, I do want to play. And yeah, I got a long list. Anyways, hope you enjoyed my playthrough of Final Fantasy 1. I'll be back before you can say banana. Banana! Whoa! Anyways, hope you have a good day and peace.